it will continue to grow, and it will continue to water down the value of our heritage generation, unfortunately. So that's why we're just trying to preserve everything that we can.
But we do have the EcoSave and the climate energy team kind of rolling along in a really great way. So we have like a nice basket for if we want to get much more involved in efficiencies. We actually have this pre-built basket, which is great.
I would also like to add, even though, as Scott mentioned, it was 52% last year, 56% this year, we're not expecting that growth necessarily to happen every year. I think there's going to be long-term growth where that number is going to get larger, but it may ebb and flow throughout the years. If we increase our event management, for example, our other O&M costs will increase, that proportion will potentially decrease. So it'll ebb and flow a little bit, but I think the long-term trend will be increasing for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just some of our capital plans for next year. So, we'll wrap up Middle Street. There will be some closeout activities into the new year, so we have a little bit of money budgeted for that. We're continuing to invest in our GIS project, and hoping to start to see some benefits of that in 2025. The generating station pressure vessels, so Technical Safety BC has indicated that we need to replace those, get them in compliance because they're riveted and have been operating for 100 some years. Operating flawlessly, no problem, but they don't meet current code, so we had hoped to tackle that this year. That's one of the projects that we pushed off to 2025, so we'll give that another shot. The dam safety repairs, we already talked a bit about those, so we are hoping to block off Unit 0, Unit 1, as well as some other smaller pieces. We do think that we need to tackle the intake gate on G4 very urgently, so I'm trying to accommodate for that. Cybersecurity, mandated by the Utilities Commission, but also just a really good thing to do in this day and age. So we've got some plans to continue to make that more robust as we, as we move towards more automation and advanced sort of technical infrastructure. We need to make sure that infrastructure is protected and get ourselves in trouble with that. I talked about the G5 major maintenance that was planned this year for G5, so we felt that it wasn't urgent, so we'll plan that for next year. We have to essentially recenter the generator so that we can protect it. Advanced metering infrastructure. So talked about this last year, pulled way back. We haven't spent any significant time or money on it this year. We still believe it's a very important piece of the utility's future. So the efforts so far have been around talking with the other BC municipal utilities. So it's possible we may participate in an RFP to go, or sorry, an RFUI, like a request for expression of interest to see sort of which vendor we as a group would go with later this year and early next year. But I do want to put some money into that planning and organizing next year, because we are running into the end of our AMR meters, so our automated meter reading meters. So the meters that we currently have in the field right now, we started implementing those in the early 2000s, and you can renew them after 10 years. You can get them recertified by taking a sample, and you can do that twice. So in 2028, the first batch of meters that went into service will no longer be able to be recertified. So we have to replace them. So we know we've got some significant investment in metering infrastructure starting in 2028 that will continue every year for 5 years, which is the length of time it took to implement that project. So we think that we need to be ready for our meter replacement in time for that, so that if we're going to spend $1 on the meters lots of talk in the utility world around sort of, what the next generation of smart meters is going to be capable of and be able to bring to utilities. We're wanting to kind of move over the AMI 1.0 into the AMI 2.0 that BC Hydro and Fortis and everybody else are going to now.
Sorry.
Oh, wow. Okay, we'll go, Councillor Payne has to talk for a while, so we'll start with Payne, and then we'll go to Woodward.
I'm just interested, and I'm sure there's a technology reason that I'm just curious about. So we can't just, as we're building, some significant bills coming up, we can't just shift as we go. Yeah, that's
Unfortunately
sad.
not. Yeah, so the way the advanced metering infrastructure works is it's all networked together. And so you have to build up the network.
Yep, okay.
At the very least in neighborhoods.
Okay.
As opposed to sort of, 1Z, 2Z here, sort of that they have to sort of be in logical groupings, geographical groupings in order to be able to network and together and provide the data back to
I just got a new meter on my house, and I would have loved to have had a.
And we put
Newer
meters in
meter.
every year, but
I know.
we just have like we have
I know.
a big a wave coming up that's going to make it
Big difference.
sort of much more attractive to invest in.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Councillor Woodward, then Councillor Page.
Mayor, I just, in terms of capital projects and looking into the future, I'm just curious as to this interplay between adding more raw generation, which I know we've tried in sort of a bunch of different innovative ways, versus making the system more efficient. And we looked at battery backup, and so and then thinking about the pie chart there of this of the growing purchase power issue. I'm just kind of wondering your take on where we're at. I know building like a G6 is not going to happen because every square or cubic foot of water has been spoken for. So obviously that is out of the question of building a G6. But where do you think we are in terms of this moving target of growth and needing more power and planning capital projects into the future to basically, at the end of the day, feed more people power?
Yeah, that's a great question because that's kind of a really key piece of our forward-looking planning. And there is no scenario that I envision sort of investing in generation in the next 10 years. I don't think we're going to be there in terms of the cost of power, purchase power yet. Not to say that it isn't out there at some point, but it seems like the industry and certainly my personal view is that working at managing your loads more effectively is where the money's better spent. Now, the foundation of that is AMI, and then GIS, and then AMI, and then you can start to get into AI-driven analytics around that. Because what AMI does is it provides a platform where you've got the data, but then you can clear it and you can start making decisions. And I was recently speaking with people from other utilities who have implemented AMI and some of the advanced AI, and it's amazing what they can do in terms of peak load management and predicting infrastructure investments in the future based on forecast energy and load growth, as well as enhancing customer experience to give the customer the ability to significantly influence the overall grid. So when you get enough people and you're targeting your investment specifically at those people who are going to be able to sort of shift their load and provide other incentives to people who might be able to do other things that are more within their power. You can do that with AMI because you can actually sort of identify what each customer needs, what their energy profile is, and how they're using very promising. It's also going to cost a lot more.
So it's basically, you're talking more about software versus hardware. So the
Primarily the investments or the modernization of the next 10 years, I think, are
Software.
I mean, we have to maintain our aging infrastructure.
Mhm.
That's the first thing. But in terms of strategic investments, I think it's primarily going to be software and finding better ways.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Page.
Oh, that's my question.
Peak management.
Peak management.
AMI. So I thought maybe you might comment on that, seeing as how we never got to the question of AMI at UBCM last week, and that will be coming to you now at the next board meeting. In terms
Got
of-
it. Yeah, I've already touched base with Director Spencer, General Manager Spencer, about just getting some additional background material on the other public utilities to support that conversation when it comes forward in the middle of November. That wasn't my question.
If you think about it, well,
It's
I'll let you come back to it.
Yeah.
So, Councillor Lockham.
I'm just trying to remember if this came up in our meeting with Minister Osborne, or if it was a side meeting with some representatives from BC Hydro, but there was an interest at BC Hydro for collaborating or developing a working group around next generation AMI, because I don't think BC Hydro or Fortis have, well, they certainly haven't implemented that. And so if we're all working together, especially BC Hydro and Nelson Hydro, we're both public utilities, so we should be working together, I think. And obviously they've got more resources, so I would recommend reaching out. And if you need some connections, I'm sure we can help with that.
Yeah, if you have connections with BC Hydro, I know I have not had much success in terms of getting an interest in them collaborating with us. Fortis, to a lesser extent, they're interested, but we have to come up with something. I know, speaking with AMI vendors, that collaboration is possible and still maintaining privacy and cybersecurity, because that's the challenge. Right? But it's very common in the utility industry where a gas meter and a water meter are talking to the electric meter, which because the electric utility has poles, provides the network around the community, and then it gets parsed. The data gets parsed out at the other end, and it's able to be maintained separately. But we're not, we just haven't gotten far enough down the road to sort of get that. So we're starting with the municipal electric utilities. We've had some conversations with Fortis. I'd like to continue to apply there. I haven't put much energy in BC Hydro, but maybe I would get good. They're generally cooperative, but
Yeah.
we're kind of busy with their own stuff.
Yeah. It was definitely with BC
I was gonna
Hydro
say,
people.
I think it was a sidebar with BC, because I had the same discussion with BC Hydro at their trade
Right.
booth,
Okay.
not
Not with the
with
minister meeting.
Minister Osborne.
We can definitely hook you up
That'd
with
be great.
BC
Yeah.
Hydro.
Any leads or contacts that would get me to the person that's excited and enthusiastic about it, and would be willing to share it. That'd be great. Last item on the capital highlights for 2025. So we talked about aging infrastructure. So we know Marsden Road, the poles on Marsden Road only services 2 customers. However, we service those customers, and the poles are aligned along the shore as opposed to along the road. So the only way to fix those lines is to climb the poles, and the poles have all now failed their test and treat. So I cannot ask a lineman to service that. So if a tree comes down on that line, those customers are without power until such time as we provide a diesel backup generator and build new poles. So we are in the process of trying to replace that. I thought we would be able to get it done this year. I'm still mildly hopeful, but because if you are familiar with Marsden Road, that's the other side of Taggart Bridge. There are some culturally sensitive areas. There's at least 3 known archaeological sites within the area, and some of our old poles are right in the archaeological sort of. That's probably how they discovered that they were archaeological areas, was when we put the poles in. So we're working with First Nations, so the land is privately owned, but it's owned by Tech and the Nature Conservancy, or Nature Trust, and they've asked us to make sure that we are being respectful of the site. sites, so we're working with all of the local First Nations and archaeologists to put together a plan to be able to ensure that those are not disturbed. So that does take time. We're trying to avoid a full archaeological permit because I understand it's over almost 300 days from time of application to the time of award, which would certainly not allow us to get that work done this year before another winter, but we will keep you informed on how that progresses. But it is a significant cost that's in our 2024 budget, but it's likely going to be now planning to have that in our 2025 budget because of the way it's moving. Mount Nelson is another one. Again, no road access. Those poles are end of life, and this is providing power to the CBC tower as well as other communications providers within the region. So very important line. So we are starting to plan for the replacement of that power line as well. Again, remote, very few customers, but nonetheless important to the community to be able to use. All right, so we've got a few more things to talk about, and then we can talk rates. Are we still good for time?
Yes, we're fine for time.
Okay, great. So this
Yes,
is the pilot.
Councillor Tate, do you have a question?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I do have a question. I'm having a hard time understanding the charts versus the circles. And so I noticed, which I'm really grateful for, that the presentation from last year is like kind of the same, but with the new numbers. And so I was hoping you could help me understand, if you just go backwards to, for example, the circle, this is the operating highlight circle.
Yeah.
So that 10% general operation. But then there's also, this is the one from last year, where it says operating expenses 8 million, right? So that's, right? So, and go to the next one again. So this is for the next year, right? This is the prediction, right? Because it's
Yes, yeah,
2025.
It's
this is
2025.
Okay, so then when we go back to 2024,
I think I've got a chart like that for 2025. If that
I'm
helps.
confused about the percentages though, on the pie chart. I don't understand what's falling into operational expenses versus all of these little bits here. So which pieces of this pie live in operational expenses, please? Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, but the power purchases are the power purchase line, and
Yeah.
then everything else is the operations. Correct.
Everything else.
Yeah. So it's just a sum. We just, rather than listing 10 different things, we lump them all together in the table.
Okay,
It's
Gotcha.
just a visual breakdown of those.
and this is like the prediction for next year. So if I look at the one from last year, it would give me the prediction for that chart that we see.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I've done. Thank you for the questions. Because we're on pie charts, so
Yeah.
this is the capital. So, it's not quite as meaningful. It's hard to compare year to year because capital budgets fluctuate all the time and that. So as a percentage, but just kind of gives you an idea of like where we're spending our money this year. So we've got, the biggest piece is going to be our pole replacement, and then we've kind of lumped anything to do with the generation and the power plant. New services, that's significant, but we also get reimbursed for those in the revenue side. Meters represent sort of the AMI sort of investments or planning, and then the rest of the project planning and software is other things, which probably better if you look at this one, your table. So it shows power purchases separate from operating expenses, just to kind of, because it's such a big thing, we always want to sort of separate that out. And the operating expenses are amalgamated, and then our capital. So we're dropping our capital expenditures for next year. And this is over the 2024 forecast. So we're comparing to this year's forecast in this chart. And then below that is sort of the actual numbers behind some of the major capital projects that we have planned. So you can see some of those, like the Mount Nelson rebuild. I think it's $500,000 we're going to have to invest to rebuild that. A lot of helicopter work and complicated
total there doesn't equal, in the column there. I'm just kind of pointing out the significant capital investments, like Scott mentioned, and then the total on the bottom is the total capital projects budget, so.
Many other smaller projects that we just
Can you help me understand what falls into the pie part of distribution? Because I don't understand what would fall in there that's not capital from my picturing of an electrical system. Help me understand that. If you go back up to operating.
operating.
Yeah, like what does distribution, city distribution rural mean in terms of like line items? Sorry, is this too in the weeds? I'm just curious.
No.
Okay.
No, it's, so the distribution is, you know, the maintenance, so for O&M distribution, it's the maintenance of the system, so if, you know, a tree falls on the line and the guys go out and, you know, cut the tree off and restring that, that's just maintenance, so we're not replacing anything, we're just repairing, the components that are existing.
So anything to do with, like I know lines are distribution, but that operating, is that actually the maintenance?
Yeah.
Basically, you're not operating the lines really.
And your
The
veg management's all in there.
That's
vegetation
in there?
management is a key driver, right? Because that's
It's in-
maintaining the lines, that's in O&M, that's not capital, that's correct.
And that's in the distribution.
Correct.
That's super helpful, thank you.
Any other questions? I talked to each of the projects that are listed here, but if you have any more questions now that you see the numbers, happy to answer them. Okay. So this is the one that everybody wants to hear about. So our revenue requirements. So, you know, that's basically like what we have to do in order to sort of be able to pay for everything that we just talked about. So, you know, both operations and capital are considered here, and the rural rates are based on the COSA model that has been approved by the Utilities Commission, and it, you know, outlines, you know, our return on equity, our deemed debt rate, and a number of other factors, as well as sort of like how we split out, you know, all of those common costs and things that are shared sort of across the rural and urban. So it kind of sets out rules to, you know, divide out my salary and, you know, Nathan's team and anybody else like that that are considered common costs. So, and then what we have done in the past is the urban rates are set based on our capital reserve, because the urban ratepayers, who are also taxpayers, are responsible for the reinvestment in utility. So we've run the numbers based on what you've just seen here, and we think that it's going to be, well, we think that we can, you know, have a maximum of 8.5%, but not easy coming up with that number. It's been an interesting process, you know, looking at this. As I mentioned, our operating expenses are already forecasting to be under what we were last year, but we do have a few drivers that are you know, pushing that model up, and some of it is the capital. You know, as we add infrastructure, we are increasing our amortization. We're also adding to rate base, which the city gets a return on. So that all sort of calculates into the rate. So you know, we're at 8.5 now. We think there's still some work that we need to do in the next month to try and examine that, but it can't be sort of, you know, a $2,000 cut to, you know, the safety budget or something like that. It's about $100,000 reduction in rural costs is equal to 1% reduction in rates. So, you know, we need big numbers in order to be able to bring that number down. But we think we're in the range. I can't imagine us getting it below 6.5% for rural. And if we did nothing and just went with the numbers that we've got here, it would be at least 8.5%.
Councilor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Folded into this, I'm just wondering where we're at with supply chain issues and interest rate increases. I feel like, from what I've read, interest rate increases are actually slowing and stabilizing. And I have heard that supply chain issues are rectifying themselves to a large degree. So are they still putting pressure on the system here for you too?
I mean, maybe Nathan could add to the interest rate. I have the impression that interest rates are going down, but I'm not a financial analyst. But certainly from a supply chain perspective, we are seeing some relief in the supply chain. But the major equipment like transformers is still quite long lead, and prices have not started to come down for those items. So I don't know how much those items contributes to like the provincial inflation rate, but certainly electronic components remain fairly higher than inflation increases what we're seeing, and lead times are starting to come down, and availability is better than it was in the last few years, but we're still having to plan quite a ways out for a lot of these items.
I can speak to the interest rate if you like. So interest rates, yes, they are coming down. When we were looking last year at MFA loans for 30-year loans, I believe they're at about 4.9%. Right now we're looking at about 4.3%. However, we have existing debt with the utility, and it's at a fixed rate. The rate is already decided. So whether the interest rates go up or down, we're paying the same interest amount. So that really has no bearing. So it only has a bearing on if we take out new debt to the utility. So that's where a lower interest rate would benefit us.
Okay. And just a supplemental, Mayor? If, before the pandemic and the supply chain issues, there was a lot of companies are running on just-in-time management. I would imagine that wouldn't be the same in a system that you're running because of these complex components you're buying. But as the supply chain rectifies itself, is there cost savings in us not having to go way out and purchase things way out ahead of time, but we can actually purchase things more closer to when we actually need them? They aren't sitting in storage. Is that have any impact, or is that negligible?
I'm going to let Nathan sort of answer that. I know there's different schools of thought. Like from my experience, time value of money is a real thing, right? You want to sort of you don't want to be spending money that you're not going to get benefit from 10 years down the road. But at the same time, you also don't want to delay or sometimes purchasing early can allow you to keep locking a cost that then you benefit from in the future. If you're predicting that something might increase in value, but that's sort of just my experience.
Yeah, I think you're correct. I mean, demand goes down, supply chain issues clear up. Probably signifies a demand increase. Prices should come down, but I really don't know how much that impacts us on the utility side. I don't believe we're ordering lots of parts to keep in stock and projecting out. I guess power poles.
You haven't seen the poll.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking that too. Power poles, maybe.
We did order quite a few in advance in the last couple of years, so we've got a full stock of poles and transformers right now because they were so hard to get.
For sure. I remember that.
We ordered a couple years in advance, and so we're still benefiting from that security. We'll eventually use all those, and we'll get to see at that time. It's because we haven't had to order transformers there, but I know meters. We're ordering now for meters for next year, and we're just getting the first of the meters that we ordered a year ago.
Right.
So it's just
Still a lag time.
Yeah, it's still quite a bit of lag time, whereas pre-COVID, a few months and we'd have meters.
Right. Thank you very much.
I know with poles as well. I mean, there was a time where the poles that we wanted to order were out of stock. We had to order a slightly more expensive pole. So I mean, again, if these issues get resolved, then we'll save some money now and instead of getting the appropriate pole for the job.
Thank you.
Go ahead with details.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I have one of those follow-up abstract, really political questions. But in terms of this equipment that we have to order, where does most of this manufacturing take place of all these transformers and meters? And where would we be getting our AMI 2.0 meters from? I mean, my concern is that we've seen the tariffs on anything to do with batteries and EVs and such. In the United States, we followed that with suit here. In Canada, we just saw an announcement that they're going to even have more tariffs and curtailments in the United States. And Freeland has indicated that Canada will be following suit with the United States. And so I'm just wondering, in terms of, is there North America side manufacturer of the parts and equipment that we need? Like, where in general does this stuff come from?
So I know from an electrical equipment supply, Canada has its own codes and standards, slightly different from the US and very different from European or Asian standards. So the vast majority of the manufacturing of those things are within North America and often within Canada. We do, like, for the Mill Street, we did get bids from Chinese companies, but the specifications didn't meet anything that would work for us. So it's not that often that we're sort of tied to foreign manufacturing. With the AMI meters, I know the 5 big competitors out there are all global companies. So Itron, Langus and Burr, Honeywell, Census, they're companies. Certainly they have headquarters in the U.S., but they have global reach, so I don't know where they were actually manufactured or who's putting them together.
So we might see some future cost impacts depending on where they source the bits to put together and have more domestic looking final
It's
product.
possible, yeah. I'm no supply chain or globalization expert by any means, but I do know that because of our industry, Canadian codes and standards, we do have to get equipment that is only going to work here. So that does limit sort of the pool somewhat, which often drives up cost, but at the same time also
Quality, safety, performance, Canadian standards. Yay.
Well, where do those standards ever work to become harmonized? I'm trying to think in my own mind what the large differentiators would be in a transformer, whether it was sold in North Dakota or Saskatchewan.
If you talk to a line crew guy, they'll tell you when they get something that is harder to work on, different sort of, things. I mean, I know Summerland had an issue where their battery storage project, they ordered the sub-vendor ordered transformers, they got it to China, and they didn't meet any of the code, and they ended up having to factory rebuild them.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about quality issues. I'm talking even just alignment in the North American space between the UL and the US compliance and the CSA standards. Like, it would seem, again, like if you're building in North Dakota or southern Saskatchewan, what?
It was a segue. It was a segue question. I knew I was going to get into trouble asking it, but it's just interesting as we continue to see this tightening of supply chains and the tariffs coming in, and particularly when it seems to be targeted at electricity and electrical things, when we're all supposed to be going so green and so electric, and at the same time we're making it more difficult to get something that's at a price point that's maybe more reasonable for the masses to be able to.
That might be a good segue, because I did want to, just hear from council sort of, on some of the budget reconsideration. So I do have a couple slides on that. I did, just point out. So from an urban perspective, we've put a range in there between 4% and 6% rate increase. We COSA, we've, done a little bit of preliminary modeling, but don't have a really good sense for that, but we do know that there's gonna be at least a 1.4% difference between urban and rural because of the deferral account. So, there will be some differentiation between urban and rural, regardless of what we end up looking.
Can I ask a question? Sorry, I know you're not quite finished yet, but you're doing a hydro update meeting day after tomorrow, I believe.
On Thursday.
And will you be presenting this information that we have here? Like, will people be getting the first glimpse at this rate range? Sorry.
I'm intending to use this very similar slide deck to what we present here. I'll
Okay.
probably abbreviate it with less anecdotes for the public, just so we can keep it sort of, to a shorter time frame. But yes, it's my intention to present this to the public and get their feedback as well, so that we can focus on what matters to both council and for the customers next month as we finalize our budgets.
Thank you.
Yeah, and on that, so I just wanted to sort of like, as we kind of think about okay, well, what can we do about rates, because we recognize that 8.5% is a significant jump, and I'm not aware of the impact. I'm a rural ratepayer as well. I know when we're as Nelson Hydro are looking at things, we've been using our strategic plan as a guideline, so I've shared this with council before, but just trying, as a team, trying to focus on the things that we feel are important. So, of course, safety and, valuing customers, working collaboratively with others, and making sure that, we're complying with regulations, reducing risk, are really kind of top of mind for how we're making decisions around what we think we need to invest in or what maintenance we're doing going forward. So those are kind of our guiding principles. And so when, because I'm, a lot of my background is a lot of project management, and one of the tools that I've used in project management is the concept of the hierarchy of constraints. So within any kind of decision-making process, you kind of have to decide sort of what's important to you, and the hierarchy constraints kind of tells us that you can't change one without impacting the others, and by prioritizing them, it forms a framework to help make decisions. So the graphical triangles on the side, sort of the traditional, scope, cost, schedule, sort of, that most projects are based on. But we also know that we have resources, that we have, want to be paying attention to quality and risks. And so, anytime you're moving these things around, so if you're wanting to improve quality, that's going to increase cost, maybe increase schedule. If you add resources, that decreases schedule but increases cost. So these are all dynamic. And so if you kind of think of them, the triangle as kind of fixed volume. If you sort of shorten or lengthen any one of the legs, the other legs become impacted. So that's just as a general concept. So when I was thinking about, okay, we're putting this budget together, what are the things that I am most focused on? So that if I have to make a decision between two of these constraints, which am I going to choose? And so I'm presenting here sort of my vision of the hierarchy of constraints in terms of how we've presented the budget so far. And I would like some feedback from council, or at least just some open discussion on what are the consequences of those things. So when I look at this, I'm thinking risk. So that's why we've got reliability and safety kind of as some of our priorities. So if I'm trying to balance things and say, like when we're looking at it, they said, well, vegetation management, we've got trees that have grown up in the past 3 years. Areas that we trimmed 3 years ago are now touching those lines again. So now we've got a fire risk. So that's liability, reputation, huge community risk. So, I'm proposing to put more money in vegetation management to address that risk. It's also a risk, around liability, right, or customer service. So these are the sort of things that I'm considering, and then I said, well, scope, like there's things, aging infrastructure, there's things that we just have to do every year to maintain, to keep the lights on. So that was my second choice. So if I have to make a choice between sort of, completing something and completing something really well, I'm gonna just get it done with a lesser quality, right? But if I compare sort of, quality versus budget, it's like, well, maybe I'm saying that quality is more important than the cost of something. But it's more important that we have something that's working right, like on Mill Street, that we do it right and finish the project correctly and finish the project on budget. So we could like stop and not build the fence around the outside, which is a huge risk and regulatory sort of violation, but also sort of it's a quality. So these are the kinds of decisions. So I created this, so you can see time and schedule is kind of on the bottom. You'll see that some of our capital projects got pushed out, some of the things get pushed out because if we have if we can manage the risk and push the schedule up, then I'll do that. Right? So that's kind of how our decision making is going. So when we start to look at the budget and look at the decisions that we have to make in the next month before we come back to council, this is how I'm viewing it. But I'm open to discussion because I know in organizations where budget is always first. I don't care what happens, cut the scope, we just won't do stuff because we've got to stay in budget. We can't exceed that budget. I don't know if that's council's wish, but this is what I've been using as a hierarchy and would like to get some discussion going.
Councillor Lockberg, then Councillor Woodward.
So, Scott, thanks for that. So my question is, like, I understand that a decision framework like this is going to be particularly useful as you're dealing with emergent challenges or change, but ideally you have sort of an established process and systems like veg management is something that is largely predictable. How much of this is being driven by emergent, unpredicted events or phenomena, like the wet spring, the unexpectedly wet spring that drove growth in vegetation? So, and what I'm getting towards is this something we're going to be constantly revisiting, or are you setting up here a relatively new framework that will give a greater degree of predictability going forward? So, for example, if we're talking about an 8 or 9% rate increase, is that kind of more to fund change, or is this like, this is the trajectory? It's going to be an 8% year-over-year change, given a more intense climate.
That's a really hard question to answer. To be honest, I was expecting that this year, because we're not sort of, doing anything really major, that we would be coming in at a much lower rate. But, we spent a lot of time with the Utilities Commission establishing this model that accurately reflects our cost of service in a rural area and to some extent in the city as well. So it's hard to say. I just know that, if we start looking at, so vegetation management is such a great example, because it's one of those things where I can manage the budget and just say, that's it, we're only spending $500,000 on vegetation management. But based on experience, there's a risk to that. And both in reliability, reputation, and that's kind of where we were in 2020 when I first joined the organization was we had been inadequately investing in vegetation management, and we had a lot of issues as a result of it. Our reliability was 8 times the national average in terms of worse than the national average. so we've tried to sort of drive that down, but that is costing money. So we've put the money in the budget, we increased the budget. The model was telling was based on sort of our investments and the plans for this year that was predicting and saying, in order to pay for that, you need an 8.5% rate increase. If I want to bring that down, I've got to make hard decisions. And this is the framework that I've used to come up with the budget so far. Is there something else that
I guess to be more clear, what I'm asking is there's something called a VUCA or VUCA environment, an environment in which it's essentially high entropy, variable, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And it feels like, I mean, I think we've been talking about this for a while, that we are entering or are in the beginning of a VUCA environment. And so given for example, a La Nina event that's cold, wet, we didn't know, or maybe we did, that's then going to translate into increased growth of vegetation. And next year, in an La Nina or El Nino, we're going to see the reverse, which will then reproduce a bunch of other unexpected phenomena that you're going to then have to adapt to. So I think what I'm trying to get my head around is, are we entering a period of higher uncertainty, and that what that higher uncertainty translates into are just inevitably going to be higher cost constraints on Nelson Hydro as we, in a sense, plan for the unpredictable, things like this. And so what I'd hope we get to as we move into this VUCA period is or essentially planning for more buffer, planning for, and signaling to the public greater likely cost increases. And then when they come in, as opposed to constantly being surprised and being like, wow, we didn't expect that veg was going to grow, and now we're going to have to do more veg management than before. It's like, no, we didn't know what to expect other than something unexpected was coming that's going to inevitably drive cost. So that's what I'm trying to lean into a little bit, is to try to find some number to account for the unaccountable. Maybe it's 8%, and we just have to kind of internalize that's what the year-over-year rate increases will be. And if it's less than that, that's a bonus. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and I think it's great. I mean, we are subject to scrutiny of the Utilities Commission, question all of our investments, so we can't be overly conservative. Like what I'm hearing from you is, we've got these uncontrollable risks, and so we should be planning for that, and essentially creating contingencies, in those budget line items. So if we think that it's going to cost $800,000 for vegetation management next year, we don't know, let's budget $1 million, I have to defend that. I have to be able to sort of rationally defend that. So I hear what you're saying. I absolutely agree that it appears that we're in a VUCA environment. We had some crazy storms in 2021. That's good. Pretty good. Only for a storm on Wednesday, so let's see back on hatches. But we don't know. Right now, we're under budget on our storm costs. I'm hoping that lasts. Some of those things we've tried to shield the risk from the utility and the ratepayer perspective by saying, okay, we don't know about these things, so let's put them into a deferral account that allows us to, over time, because it does take a while before that hits, and then it gets spread out over a couple of years to try and keep the peaks and valleys out with the dispensing of the deferral accounts. But theoretically, that's the tools that we've put in place to be able to do that. Vegetation management, it is considered a controllable cost. We were surprised at how much growth we saw in the last year, but like you said, it could be different next year or whatever. So that we'll just play with. What we see is that we think we're going to spend as much this year as we spent last year. So it would be silly for me to say, well, next year I think we're going to be less, because the last 4 years have shown a pretty consistent pattern right now. So last year I was kind of hoping that we could get away with it, but it doesn't look like that's a good strategy. So.
Can I add a little bit onto that? Because you're touching on that 8% and potentially being all that unforeseen or uncontrollable. That's definitely not the case. I mean, there are certain decisions within our control that we can make to adjust that number up or down. Like, for example, capital expenditures, right? I mean, if we decide, and I'm not advocating for this necessarily, just as an example, if we decide not to do AMI, well then we may not see a rate increase of 8% in future years, right? So there's definitely some controllable components there. And I would definitely suggest that, an 8% is necessarily the norm. It depends on the decisions that we make.
Right. If I follow up
Yep.
on that, sorry guys. Just again, so I'm clear, what I'm asking about is, and I get this decision model here. It's great if it works for you. That's great for me. But overall, if we're entering a period of greater and greater systemic risk, then are we budgeting for that risk? Are we sort of representing that in terms of a deferral account that, because I think AMI, and it's separate from these decisions, because I think, for example, I wouldn't want to trade AMI off of that, because I think AMI increases resilience of the system and pays for itself over the long term. So I guess that's what I'm trying to lean into, is like, are we needing to just increase the pie to deal with the systemic risk?
Yeah, I think
Sorry.
as,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, as Scott, we're regulated on the rural side. So,
Right.
Unless you convince the regulator that's a wise thing to budget that in, then we don't have that choice. You have more choice on the urban side. Right now, we need to make sure we're accounting for costs properly between rural and urban, and that regulated side really reduces our flexibility around that. We can't build in a amount charging urban customers for potential veg management costs on the rural side. That's, that's unfortunately some of the complications by having this regulated and unregulated part of the utility. So as Scott and Nathan said, we've been able to do that through deferrals, and that's the model right now. And, I think I'm hearing is don't budget conservatively, because, there's risks of probably more cost than less cost. So, if, like veg management, then we will budget, making sure it's healthy, and, we'll go through most of that's on the rural side, so we'll have to justify that through the utility commission. But what I'm hearing as the, the body overseeing what rates we put forward to the utility commission, that we should, budget, conservatively, that we expect that, likely we'll see costs higher than lower, and making sure that we're building those into our budgets. And ultimately, if the commission asks us to reduce them, then they'll end up in deferral accounts, and we'll ultimately manage it. That the other side, veg management is a controllable cost. So, I think if they don't accept it, then my position is then we manage within that budget. And, that was the utility commission that chose to reduce it, but we started with a low number, which was really on our side. But in the future, I think we can't do that. We should budget conservative, realistic budgets, and if those drive higher rate increases, they drive higher rate increases.
If I could add one quick thing to that too. When we talk about these deferral accounts, they're really an important piece of the COSA model. We applied for those. It was our initiative to take those on. They weren't given to us. They weren't provided to us. So that was our initiatives as risk mitigation for utility to under these situations. So that was definitely our initiative.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Pinero, you have a question.
Yeah. So I forget exactly, but the AMI and the smart meter stuff, the implementation of that is a pretty big front end cost, right? And you just said that a lot of those ones that we'd put in I believe it was 2020, was that what you guys said? And now they're coming into end of life, or what's the life?
So the meter, yeah, so the meters, the existing meters, so, they were, kind of done in a batch sort of, when we went from just manual read meters to the automated meter
Yeah.
reading. So they're now under Measurement Canada, coming to an end of life. So the first batch is gonna be at end of life starting in 2028.
Have a lifespan as well. And then I guess my question is, if we just had meter readers instead that like got paid a wage, how long does it take to recover that extra cost when you implement things like that? Like, does it take longer than their end of life? Or are we actually saving any money doing this, or as opposed to just having people that read meters?
So I can speak
What
to-
is the actual,
Yeah.
like, how long does it take for the savings to kick in? So are we saving money for 3 years? Are we saving money for 10 years? Or what is that actual number?
So I can speak to the original switch to radio read meters. I think the payback was like 2 years to pay for the cost of those going to that meter versus having manual reads. We can read pretty well the city in a very short period of time versus going to every single house. So it was substantial time saving by going to those meters, not having to go to every rural house down a driveway or whatever. So it was substantial savings. Going from that to AMI, I think, is a different story.
Do
Yeah,
you
I
have
could- I
an
could comment.
idea for the AMI one?
Yeah, so that's the challenge, is that BC Hydro and Fortis, some of the major utilities, went from manual meter reading straight to AMI. And so they used the cost savings of not having manual meter readers driving all over the province as the primary driver to justify the AMI infrastructure. We didn't do that, we went to AMI. Fine. But now we're seeing that in order to continue to advance other tools, so it's not a direct payback. When you look at the direct payback, I mean, it's very, very small. If you're talking about sort of like the amount of time that's going to be saved from, because right now we have a meter tech who drives around and electronically sort of collects all those. So we'd save, half of his wage doing that, but then we bring in AMI and then he's got some more complex tasks that he's gonna do with the other 50% of his time. So very, very marginal from a direct payback perspective. What I'm hearing from other utilities is the next generation of AMI, or even AMI generally, but the next generation have a lot more functionality that the utility can now start to offer very specific programs to, that those programs have cost savings attached to them. So if we're talking about peak load management, so in order to avoid that $500,000 cost that we incurred in 2024 as a result of that cold day in January last year, then having an AMI system would allow us to offer programs that would incent, whether it be time of use programs or maybe something even more targeted that goes to customers that says, like, hey, we see that you can shift your, you own an EV and you own it looks like you're doing your laundry sort of at dinner time, you could shift those loads. We'll offer you an incentive, customized like to specific customers, is what some of the utilities are doing now, where only those customers that have shiftable loads get offered those programs, and those programs have very defined, measurable savings as a result, because you can tell the bills that are coming in and the overall cost of the utility. So that's where the industry is going. We don't have to do that, but at some point, we're going to be using Commodore 64, sort of, when everybody else is iPad. So.
Could I just have a supplemental, please?
Yep. you sure can.
So I guess that was, yeah, it's not exactly, we've sort of gone, smart meters are a different thing. We were at smart meters, that's not the conversation. But to switch to AMI, if we just didn't do that, what does how much of a percentage increase, how much less is that percentage increase? And I guess that's the thing, is with the costs of living for everybody going way up for all sorts of things, and electricity is not immune from that. So where does the rubber meet the road for people, like, you know, in general, if that's a, you know, a 4% increase instead of an 8% increase every year, like, where do you see that catching up? Like, when do people, what is the overall effect? Are we going to be, is it going to be cheaper, or is it going to be more expensive? And I mean, just by the eye test, it seems like on the short term, more expensive is almost a given. It's just how long it takes for that to reverse that I'm kind of curious about, and I think most people would also be curious about, because people are going to see 8% and not be super pumped. I'm sure we're all aware of that. Yeah, so in the long term, maybe it makes sense, but I just would like to know how long term that long term is before it starts to turn around for people, you know? Because if it's too long, then maybe if it's not broke, why fix it, you know? Like, if people can save money, then I don't see why we need that technology if we don't need it, you know what I mean?
Oh, you make a very good case, and you know, the AMI that we're budgeting, the budget for this year, for 2025, isn't impacting that this year's rate increase.
Right.
But it will impact, if we move forward this project, it will impact future rate increases. So yeah, that's the challenge. We have to make those decisions. I mean, partly what I was trying to say was, like, you know, if council has strong feelings one direction or another, let me know what those are, because, you know, we don't have to invest in AMI, at least not in the short term. We can continue. I mean, at some point, the AMIRs will stop being produced, which is often sort of the case with technology, where it's like, okay, well, we no longer support that device, so you get forced into it. But in the short term, there's no current pressure to do that, other than we're seeing other utilities offering things that are directly, you know, offering, you know, measurable savings to both customers as well as the utility. I don't have any quantified payback yet. I know when we did the preliminary engineering sort of on it 2 years ago, the payback was non-existent, like, you know, like, because they were just looking at direct payback. So, you know, I'd like to say that in 2025, I'd like to take, you know, the time to be able to sort of, like, look forward 20 years and design out programs and try and put numbers to those. I can, you know, we will do our best with that. It will be guesses. You know,
I think
you know,
informed
sort of, like,
guesses would be
informed
great,
guesses
yeah.
as to what that looks like. You know, I think it's important that we make data-driven decisions. So that's really kind of the foundation for AMI, is you want to be able to have the data to make those decisions. So the efforts for 2025 in AMI would be to, you know, try and understand what your costs are, what the benefits are, and you know, are those, is that a fair balance that our customers will support in the future?
Yeah, I just don't want us to be, it would be, none of us want to be, you know, putting something into place that costs everybody $10 with the excuse that we're then going to offer them an opportunity to save $5, because that math don't work, man. So as long as, yeah, as we get closer to that, and also the technology thing, I mean, with new technologies, they tend to be, they're new, and so with something that's new, you tend to go through a lot of different generations quite quickly before they sort of even out, and so there might actually be advantages to sort of waiting until there's actually a standard, you know, rather than getting the newest thing and then 2 years later being like, well, that's actually not the best and this is something better, and having to do it all over again.
And just to be clear, like, we're not on the bleeding edge in this technology in any way, shape, or form. AMI 2.0 has been out for 3 or 4 years now. It's, I think there's 5 in North America in service already. And, utilities, now are going to the next step of sort of, investing in AI software that then sort of like, maximizes the benefit out of the data that they get from AI. But yeah, I completely agree. And it's, it's one of the reasons why Nelson Hydros tends to sort of be just a little bit step behind, because sort of lets other people
Make the mistakes first.
because they can absorb new technology easier than we can. But yeah, certainly all indications are this is where the industry is going, and there's growing number of customer requests for this type of information, both for them to be able to use as well as for the utility to be able to then offer programs to support. So,
It's also just reiterate what Scott mentioned earlier too, and kind of plays to the timeliness a little bit, although it's not the main driver, is just that reinvestment that we would have to make in our regular meters within the next couple of years in order of, $300,000 to $500,000 per year for a couple of years. So I mean, if we don't want to do that unnecessarily, again, not the main driver, there's other factors, but something to consider.
So just before we move away from that, I just want to summarize, that was quite a bit of discussion. So what I heard there was that in about 2028, those meters that, I know I got a new smart meter when I built my new house, that was when it was. So currently, it's still possible to buy AMRs to replace these products. So hopefully, as we look at replacing, 2028, we'd still be able to get this product. My other question is, how many utilities in Canada, or maybe we'll just make it simpler, in BC, are still using AMR? Do you know?
Well, the BC Electric Municipal Utility, so the 5 of us are still AMR. New Westminster are starting to install smart meters this year. So they're sort of starting down that path. But BC Hydro and FortisBC are 100% AMI. And statistically, across Canada, 90% of all electricity customers have AMI. And many of those utilities are now going to AMI 2.0, which is an easier replacement. So I think those are starting to become sort of this. You can now replace an AMI with an AMI 2.0. So I think we'll see applications with the BC Utilities Commission before us and BC Hydro to move to the next technology, I would think, in the next couple of years.
Okay, I have a lineup. I have Lockenberg, Woodward, and then Tate.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. We met with Minister Osborne at UBCM, and I think one of the things we said, again, I can't remember if it was in the meeting or afterwards, was that AMI didn't by being a laggard, you don't qualify for grants. Like, you generally can't get that support from Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation. But if you start to kind of push the envelope a little bit, then it very likely puts us into a different framework for having some of these costs covered. I think on the AMI side and in the conversations at UBCM, there was a general sense of kind of turning the corner in terms of looking at AMI and smart grids and grid resilience and upgrading grids as a more viable area for support than it had been in the past. And it's probably because the AMI 2.0s are starting to roll out more and they're starting to get more traction. And so what I would say to us as a utility is definitely lean in to learning about AMI 2.0. And then we as a council should continue to advocate for support from the province, collaboration with BC Hydro, grants at FCM, and grants at NRCan, NRCan is doing more and more on this as well. So I think the opportunity for us to get support for this work is there. So again, it's not making any bets, it's just continuing to stay open-minded to it.
And it might be sort of, including sort of like the next sort of step, leveraging an AMI 2.0 with a software app that is sort of like providing some payback, some measurable payback.
Right.
That's what we see. Just so everybody understands that AMI, at 1.0 sort of provides data to the utility. AMI 2.0 are basically computers mounted in your house, so they are app-based smart machines that will allow for a lot more interaction with the customer and the utility to be able to manage loads and offer programs.
Tell your kids to turn off the light.
They'll turn off the light for you.
I'm sure someone's working on that. Yeah. So I mean, I don't want to get too far down the AMI sort of thing. I think it's a great, interesting development. We're not there yet, but I'm hoping that we can spend some time and energy in the next year to come back to council with some clear information and decisions.
So Scott, maybe what we do at this stage is put it in the budget at the same net value as the replacement meters, with grants covering the additional costs, so that from a rate point of view, it doesn't change at this stage and gives us time to lobby for grants, maybe, because the big challenge for us is the front end of this. It's not the meters, it's actually the software capital costs of running the system, which for a small utility is the cost per meter is significantly different than a BC Hydro, because they spread that across whatever 2 million customers. We have to spread it across 10,000 customers. So that's the argument to government is because of our economy of scale, we need help to be able to get that down to the same cost that other BC customers are paying.
We have Woodward Tate Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to say this hierarchy of constraints, I really appreciate that risk is at the top. I think we live in a time of risk, and the only thing I would say from my personal experience in the last 10 years working is seeing organizations lose sight of core service and get a little enamored with shiny things. And I think I just hope that as Nelson Hydro moves forward, that that core service that it's not very sexy, but it's like this basic structure that we need to maintain and feed electricity to our customers. And I would say that would be the driving direction. But of course, we also have to innovate. We also have to look for ways to grow and expand services, but just never forgetting that core service. I've watched a few organizations kind of lose their footing because they were going after something that was beyond their scope. But I really appreciate the risk and the scope as 1 and 2, because a lot can be kind of solved there before you go into the budget and all that stuff. And I'm just thinking about the battery backup. We did a lot of work down that road, and it ended up being just kind of not really what we needed at the time. But it was really good learning, and I think that we can we can put that away on the shelf and maybe pull it out later. But yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to say is core service, and making sure that is always the main lens. Thank you.
Tate.
Thanks very much. I noticed the 3 bullet points there with regards to revenue requirements, and one of them that is a repeat from last year, which is super helpful for me, is maintaining a healthy capital reserve. And the way that I'm learning. I understand that the capital projects come out of the capital reserve. So I wasn't able to find that on our list of reserves, because this is the city one, right? And Nelson Hydro has its own separate something. So when you come back, could you share that information with us as well?
Yeah, I think we typically do in that second meeting as
Okay.
well. While we're fine tuning things, we don't present that
Yeah.
reserve projected balances now, but
Yeah. Awesome. And from that, I think that's going to be helpful when we're looking at because that hierarchy has to do with capital projects. I think that's going to help put it into context as well. Thanks. Thank you.
Paige?
Yeah, just thinking about the hierarchy and what was mentioned around the table. Advanced metering, to me, is about front-loading a cost that hopefully will give you flexibility to respond to risk into the future. So it's important to do that. But when budgeting, I very much think the value of a conservative budget that captures the worst case scenario that you come through after the fact, if successful, and apply granting to realize the cost savings into the future is a good approach. Where I worry is if we presume the existence of a granting structure and then we're not able to execute on reducing that risk and gaining that flexibility, or we protract that process, suddenly it floats 5 and 6 up to the top. If we take on an ambitious assumption that we would get grants, I think we have to be ambitious in our pursuit of them. But I want to see what it costs in the worst case scenario if the money doesn't show up, because I think aside from the other capital spending, I think that's one that into the future will provide that flexibility. And so I think we just need to make sure we're doing it to unlock those other opportunities on the other side of it.
Okay. I don't see any more hands up.
I had one more slide. That's, I'm recommending that you direct me to go back and keep thinking about this and try and make sure that when we come back here in October, we've got a solid conservative budget. That's what I'm hearing. That manages those risks, takes care of our core industry, and make sure our aging infrastructure is managed, but also considers inflation down the road.
You know,
Just
just you know, a little bit.
Just a little bit. Can we do a dance like that? Can we do like we're over here, and then we're gonna like hit the tops of the waves, and then we're over here.
Ride the wave.
I
Simple,
think
really,
you've.
right?
I think Councillor Payne has a question.
My only question is that the session that you're having on Thursday night from 6:30 to 8:30 out at the North Shore Hall and online, is that focused on rural or urban or both?
It's open to both.
Okay.
I picked the North Shore Hall, so last year I held 2 separate ones, one in town here that was sparsely attended, and one in the North Shore in Balfour that was well attended.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find a balance.
The sweet spot, okay.
Where people feel comfortable and attend and ask questions. We've also opened up, so it's a hybrid meeting, so we'll be monitoring those who can't make it physically to try and answer their questions. I will be presenting substantially similar sort of presentation, having a similar conversation with those who attend. Understand the public feedback, so that I can take that away as well in terms of our decisions over the next month.
My apologies, Councillor Payne. I asked that question when you stepped out of the room
Oh,
for a
I'm
minute.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm planning to attend. I'm also interested in hearing what people are having to say.
That's always good, although we've already heard this, if council's free that evening, always good to be able to go or Zoom in and kind of listen in the background at home and see what questions we haven't asked that the public is maybe asking about, so. I think you've heard what we're looking for. As I always like to say, the City of Nelson's very good, as is Hydro, about going away and putting a nice sharp end on the pencil, and look forward to seeing what you come back with in October.
very much, and if anybody has any thoughts afterwards, you can share that.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
It's very good. Good warm-up.
But Keith does. Keith, do you have a phone charger, please, sir? Oh, maybe.
Oh, that's fine.
That's us.
That's fine.
You
Perfect.
were great. We're always the ones who go
Yeah,
on
we-
time.
You can charge off your iPad.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
Mine's headphones, I think.
You can charge off your iPad.
I have a cute thing for you.
I've got something here. Do you need,
Everybody, I got it.
do you need this?
No.
Okay. If we don't need this, then
Thanks, guys.
continuing on with the meeting. We are at item number 7, City Manager's verbal report. City Manager, anything to report today?
Yeah, I would say most of my last week was spent with council at UBCM. So, I'm sure others will speak to that. Other than that, we're continuing to work as hard as we can on the Civic Center project to move that along and get people back in that building as soon as possible. Yeah, other than that, that's kind of my report for now.
GM Johnson, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Not a whole bunch. Mayor, aside from council will notice that we've provided the weekly update for the civic progress that just recently went out a couple hours ago. That's something that we'll be looking to have every week on our municipal webpage. So do look for that as well. From a general operations perspective, it was referenced earlier. There is, and I'm sure many have seen the special weather statement about the incoming storm. Just to know that certainly our staff are looking at that. I know the emergency management program was on a coordination call provincially today to get a little bit more intel and shared that with our operations crews, so where you can, sort of not staff up, but be prepared to react. What is it? VUCA was it? VUCA, yeah. So we're gonna VUCA that. But yeah, no, in all honesty, just be prepared should there be a need to respond for that weather. And then aside from that, from an operations perspective, general shifting of seasons from summer moving into fall, getting ready for winter. We had some staff from operations attend a trade show, or like large sort of conference trade show for municipal operations lately. And some of you may have noticed or heard about a new looking street sweeper that we tried out.
I saw it.
Yeah, it was interesting. A fully
past my
electric
house.
street sweeper that we were trialing just to see how it operated in our environment, with comparable prices to what a normal street, a gas-powered or ICE internal combustion engine street sweeper would cost. So that was exciting to try out and a learning from there. But yeah, beyond that, moving into winter modes, you'll see those changes start to take place in some of our infrastructure. Another good example is the great work down at the soccer fields after spring, summer, and now fall of use. There was some turf swapped out in the crease areas where it gets heavily used, and so some new tactics trying there with farming that turf from around the exercise equipment area to move it in there to keep that up. And yeah, just generally downtown be kind of demobbing out of the summer mode slowly into winter mode. That's all.
Thank you. And I see that the CFO has left, so we're just going to hope that doesn't mean that he ran away with the money. I'm sure that everything is still sound within the City of Nelson. So moving on to some council reports. Councilors. Councilor Woodward.
Well, while you were all gone at UBCM, I was acting mayor, and thankfully nothing really happened, so that was great. But I did have, actually, I had two things that I attended, were both Rotary. So Rotary came, there were a number of members from Australia were here visiting, and so they came to City Hall, and I sat in the mayor's desk, and they all filled up all these chairs and peppered me with questions about this area, its history, and how our council works, because obviously they have councils there too, so there was a bit of a reflection on that. It was really wonderful. It was a great kind of cross-cultural experience. And then I also went to the Rotary Peace Pole inaugural meeting, basically, which is they're going to be working with the city down by the soccer fields, kind of near, it's kind of hard to explain, it's near that intake building on the water side of the soccer fields. And this peace pole is something Rotary has done all around the world, and they've erected these peace poles in many countries around the world, and they're going to erect one here. And it's just this idea, it started in 1955, and it's kind of built around the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And that's kind of where it grew out of, and the idea of peace poles, you go and you reflect on peace in the world. And so, yeah, they had still a little model sort of sitting in the grass, and they had many pictures of the sculptures around the world. So it was lovely, and yeah, I had a lot of Rotary experience now, or some Rotary experience.
I believe that Saturday was also, they did that because Saturday was World
That's right.
Peace Day,
International
so that
Peace
is
Day.
an international
That's right.
celebration. So
Yeah.
they wanted to do the poll on
Yeah.
the Saturday. So
And we did it it was in the round, and people talked about peace to them, what it means to them. It was very interesting, everyone's contributions to that discussion. So anyways, thank you.
Councilor Lockenberg.
West Kootenay Transit Committee met today.
Oh.
It was a relatively light agenda. The one thing I thought council might be interested in is that BC Transit is working on a process around disaster response transportation, which is the use of buses to do evacuations and all that kind of thing. It's multi-year process to develop all that planning and the coordination and stuff, but they've begun the process, and our staff will be involved in that. Yeah, a lot of questions for them around how that would roll out, because it's a complex environment in particular, given multiple EOCs, Nelson being the operator, as well as potentially the EOC of the transit, and there's kind of these loops of reporting and coordination. So I was glad to see that work being started. Other than that, at Transit, the report from BC Transit about our service delivery is outstanding. It's mostly 100% across the board. So Nelson is showing to be one of the best operators in the province, and they're absolutely thrilled. And thankfully, PWT, the operator and our partner operator in this transit system is also doing really well. So excellent work there. There is essentially a blackout at this point beyond future planning and future conversation because of the writ. So it was like I said, it was a light agenda, and we'll cycle back and have a broader update.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is BC Transit doing to let people know that the service levels are so great? Because we obviously had a period when it was not reliable, and I'm sure there was a shift away. And from a customer service perspective, it's always harder to get people back after that's happened, so you have to put in more effort. I haven't seen anything yet, but
point.
maybe I'm just not looking in the right place.
No, I think that's a really good point. We are not back to 2019 levels yet.
Yeah.
I mean, the progress year over year is getting there, but we're still not back to 2019 levels. And that's an excellent point. Like, we're not really leaning into promoting the improved service. So, yeah, I think.
Because the primary bus rider probably doesn't even know that Nelson is managing the whole service right now.
No.
And the fact that we're at this high level of reliability, so as a parent with a teenager moving back and forth, am I going to take that risk again? Because I don't know about these improvements
That's a
and
really
changes.
good point.
So I would just say that there might be an opportunity there for them to
Yeah, that's
let people know.
That's an excellent point. I'll let Elise know. And I do think they'll be coming. Elise will probably make a presentation to council at some point in the next couple months. But ahead of that, that's a great point. I'll let her know.
Councilor Panero.
Just some updates from what the library is up to. They have a bunch of activities for Truth and Reconciliation on at the moment. Some that have already passed, but I'll just fill everybody in on what's in now and in the future. So if you still wanted to attend, you could. So there is a reflection room set up in the library. They have reading material and some films about the residential experience. And there's an opportunity you can read and watch, and also there's an opportunity to reflect by writing and having your response to that information sort of displayed on the wall. The best kind of education is interactive, so I think that's a great thing for them. And from the 23rd to the 27th, there will be a webinar from the Center for Truth and Reconciliation available to watch at the library. There'll be a new topic and new speakers each day. September 27th on a loop, so it doesn't matter when you show up, it'll be there. There's a talk from Phyllis Webstead, who's the creator of Orange Shirt Day. A lot of people wear orange shirt pins are about now, and it'd be nice to, if you're not exactly sure why you're doing that, then this would be a great thing to figure it out. And that will play in a loop all day, so literally just stop in and anytime you want, you can take part in that. So that's what's going on for Truth and Reconciliation at the library.
Great. Anybody else? Councilor Payne.
A couple of things. I did attend the West Kootenay Women's Center's 50th anniversary at the Nelson Museum and Archives the Friday before I left for UBCM. Pretty amazing when you think of that organization having the foresight and the thoughtfulness to establish that service 50 years ago. And Cheryl Dowden, the executive director of Anchors, did a bit of a retrospective sharing that history, and one of the big moments was that they bought that house on Mill Street, which has really been foundational for them to be able to maintain the level of programs that they have. The same day, I actually went up to Art Gibbons Park, where the Nelson Stories Share, an initiative of Rotary, Seaball, and the library, was introduced and initiated. Really beautiful idea. I've seen it in other communities where you can walk through the forest and read the story, and it's set up in a way that those stories will be changed out, and they're looking for suggestions on what stories, and it was absolutely incredible, the group of people that were there. But there was, there must have been, 15 small people from the Silver King daycare who came over and just sat there riveted during the presentations. I was really in awe of their educators who managed, I don't know if they promised them the cake afterwards or what, but they were just really engaged in that, and then we're able to walk through and see that story. That was a lovely event to be at, and I encourage everyone to go and take a look. It's very, very beautiful, and a work of love for everyone who was involved in that. Yeah, UBCM, that was a big one. And the other thing I just want to let people know is that there is a group of social services and other providers, government agencies, who participated in a visioning exercise for the new hub, if you want to call it that, trying to really understand the needs of the community, the things that are on option. So I think it's important for our community, everyone in the community, to understand that there's a really dedicated group of people working on making that a reality so we can serve that area. And we've seen the repercussions of not having that here. And moving forward, some great ideas, some really creative. They brought in a facilitator from the arts community and gave it a really different way for us to think about these issues as we move forward and vision something. The last thing I'm going to say is also about Truth and Reconciliation, because the Studis Film Festival is on this weekend, and there's just such a variety of things going on, and because the Civic Theater is not available, there's some events going on at the Shoebox Theater, there's some being played at the Drive-In, there's some over at the Capitol. There's a huge variety of films from a bunch of film festivals around representing different aspects of the Indigenous experience that will charm, delight, and educate you depending on the choice that you want to move forward to. They've also implemented something that I love, and it's called barrier-free ticketing. So just pay what you can. Just show up. It's more important for the organizers of this festival, the Nelson Civic Theater Society being a key one with others, that people engage in this experience and share that learning as we all move forward on that journey of truth and reconciliation. So show up, share the experience, and just free of barriers if cost is a barrier for you. So I hope to see you there.
Anybody else? Okay, I have a few things, so I'll start back, and sorry for the repetition. It seems that Councillor Payne and I often attend the same activities, but just want to note that Councillor Page and Councillor Tate also attended the West Kootenay Women's Open House. 50 years is a lot of time. It's great. Many, unfortunately, women's associations folded in the 90s when federal financing was dropped, but Nelson, as always, finds a way to continue to forge forward, and so there was a number of people there, and I appreciate the work that they are doing in the community, which is good work, and thank you all that had the time to be able to be there. I also participated just before we left in the visioning exercise for Hub 2.0 or whatever we might call it, and also just to remind people that on the day that we had that, on the Thursday, was the first day of Thursday drop-in at the Salvation Army. So once a week, there is a I don't know, temporary, we're going to call it Temporary Thursday. I don't know what they ended up calling it, so that you can get services in one place. So sort of modified version of a hub available on Thursdays in the bottom of the Salvation Army. So where there'll be providers there to assist people with building relationships and getting registered for homes and some wound care, some clothing, some food, So that's happening once a week on Thursdays currently. Yeah, the Students Film Festival is coming up, 26th to the 3rd. For those that can't afford to buy a ticket, you can buy a single ticket or buy the package, depending on how much time you have to be attending. So that's another great event coming up regarding Truth and Reconciliation. Public Library is still, I think, a great place to go as well. We had the grand opening of the Hall Street Pier. We managed to hold off the weather. I had a magic umbrella.
You did.
Yes,
I saw you use
people tried to buy my magic umbrella. Every time it looked like it was going to rain, I waved it in the air, and somehow the sun came back out again. So we had a little bit of fun with that, but I think the opening was well received, and 4 of us were at UBCM last week. Councillor Lockenberg, Councillor Payne, Councillor Page, and Councillor Tate, along with General Manager Johnson, the City Manager Cormac, and our corporate officer Sarah. And I think, it was an interesting time. We did hear from leaders of the three this week, major parties. So we did hear from Premier Eby, from John Rustad, and from Sonia Furstenau during the meetings. Some took questions and answers, some did not take questions and answers. It was interesting overall. In terms of the work that we did on behalf of the city, I was just counting up my binder here. There was 22 meetings that we had booked with staff or ministers for last week. So it was very busy, to say the least. So we'll wait and see. Of course, the writ's been dropped, so there is no government. And hopefully by November, once all the ballots are in and everything's counted, things will be up and running. And just a reminder to everybody, I voted today. Voting is open. Currently, because candidates still have until Friday to register to be a candidate in the election. If you do vote this week, you must know the name of the candidate that you are voting for, because it is a write-in ballot. But the office is open. It's up here on the 5th floor. I encourage every citizen to take this opportunity to exercise their right to democracy and cast a vote. So, and the other thing is, when we were away, we won an award. So, we won a Climate and Energy Award that's presented by the Community Energy Association, and we won our award based on a pilot that we're doing. As many people know, because we always talk about it here, we're leaders in discussion and investigations of embodied carbon, and so we've done a project here about the low carbon project targeting hidden emissions in Nelson, BC. So we continue to do outstanding work that's been now recognized province-wide on embodied carbon. So a big shout out to our carbon team and our climate action team. Sorry.
Is that a piece of wood?
Yeah, it's carved on a piece of wood.
Embodied
Yeah.
carbon.
Yeah.
Did you mention, sorry, I had to step out for 1 second there, that all of the resolutions that our council put forward, everyone that made the floor passed, including the emergency resolution?
Well, there you go. You see, that's why you're supposed to give a report. So
Just curious, I had to step out for a second.
Yeah.
So the massive congratulations to the team here, writing the resolutions, getting them to the AKBLG and moving them forward, because that's some of the core work that we do. People ask me, like, what do you do on city council? And I was like, well, we do a lot of advocating. And the fact that we brought it forward through our local association, regional association. Area association, and to our provincial union, and have those voices heard at that level, I think is extraordinary. It's good. It's good work.
I guess the follow-up to that is that there was a number, as is always, there was 200, Councillor Page, 270 resolutions. It was a massive amount of resolutions. So of course, not all of them get to the floor, but they all go back to the executive, of which Councillor Page is a member as president of the AKBLG, to be reviewed and looked at and decisions made about them. And then we will hear as local government what the outcome of those there was a number of petitions, that like a number of resolutions that I think many of us were sent emails about to support. Some of those did not go through, so we will have to wait and see how UBCM decides to, rule on them. So anyways, I think it was a lot of work. Councillor Lockenberg.
And I just say that to those people who say that the resolutions, especially when there's so many, don't really matter, I did hear directly from senior staff that were tracking those resolutions, and they knew exactly the ones that that would have an impact, and mentioned them, and were like, fingers crossed that they passed, and when they did, they were pretty supportive, enthusiastic, so it does make a difference.
And a shout out to the team that we sent there. We did put an emergency resolution on the floor regarding the carbon tax, which did pass. So
And was
good-
picked up by 3 news outlets.
Yeah, good work for the once again, good work for the Nelson team. You guys are fantastic. So, Councillor Payne.
I'm just going to add one thing around UBCM. So much of what was discussed and presented was around housing, both from a ministerial down through stories of different communities having successes and challenges. And a highlight for me was on Monday, I did hear from the 2 social service agencies in town who put forward an application to BC Housing for pre-development funding, that they were both successful in receiving that funding to move their project forward. So that project development fund provides funding for eligible groups who have an affordable housing proposal but need additional financial support to advance their project. So that's the next step. So housing, and one of the groups will be here tonight to give a more full presentation of where their project is going. But that's 2 significant projects that hopefully will now have the financial resources to more fully put their plans together to present to the next step for funding. So fingers crossed on that one. And huge shout out to the staff and volunteer boards who put in hundreds of hours in putting that initial step together. Very exciting news.
See nothing further from councillors. Councillor Jury. Jeez, we just elected you.
You've just been demoted.
You stepped
All
up.
those in favor?
We didn't know whether or not you ran away with all the money, but you're back now. Did you have anything that you
Get to
wanted
split
to
his wage.
report out on?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is worthy of capping off the first session of the Cal meeting, but I'll sort of rattle off a few things here anyway. So, update on the parkade. So we're at around 55% capacity, which is kind of similar to how we were before we rolled out the pay by phone. So I think we're in a situation where we just need to start promoting it a little bit more. Talking about promotion of, transit, we should probably be promoting parking as well, and maybe one of the things for our new communications manager to kind of help us out a little bit with. We do have some new signage that's supposed to be arriving shortly that'll direct, at least people from out of town who aren't aware that it's a public parkade, so that'll be a good signal for them to go in. And then we're sort of on the back end piece. Pay by phone is behind the scenes, creating all these blocks of zones so we can roll it out citywide to all our meters. We'll do a bit of testing before we start slapping stickers on things and just see how it works, but we'll be pretty close to being able to trial that out as well. Transit, Councillor Lockenberg mentioned things from the Transit Committee. I did jot down a few of those stats because I was quite impressed as well myself with some of those statistics. So we've had 0 lost hours, missed hours for Kootenay Lake West so far since April. That's when we took over the contract, so that's fantastic. I think for Nelson Conventional, I think I saw half an hour in there, which is, according to BC Transit, sort of a rounding error. It's pretty low. Our on-time percentage is for West Kootenay is just under 70%, and for that tier 1 bracket of those top performers, it's 64.5. So we're above that kind of top group of operators in the province, which is fantastic. So yes, I agree, we need to do something to kind of let folks know that the service is running as good as it's ever run. So that's great. Just a quick update on NG911. So we've got our provider, Intrado. The equipment is set to arrive in the first 2 weeks of October. So we're still on schedule to have this installed by the 2025 deadline. There's still some rumblings that that'll be extended, but we're doing what we can, and it looks like, you know, we'll be able to uphold our part of that arrangement to have things done on time. We're just kind of prepping some of the space for the new equipment. The dispatch room down there has been completed, so the renovation there to be able to take the new equipment is all done, and police is really happy with how that's gone. So yeah, moving ahead on that project. I don't know if we mentioned anything about the soccer roof, but there's some work to do at the soccer pitch there on the roof. It's not something we had in the capital plan, but it's something that we need to do just to kind of protect a little bit of the moisture and rain from coming in. About $60,000 in expense, but we do have some savings. Other parts of the facilities plan, I think we're under budget for what we spent at the parkade, so we'll be able to cover that in the existing budget, but it's important work to be able to make sure that that roof can last over the winter season.
And maybe just for a bit of clarity on that, and thank you, Chris, that's something that I forgot. The roof in question is actually the entrance portion, so it's not actually the clear span roof over the pitch. But when you walk down between access sort of to the curling club or to the Boy Scouts hall there, that little roof piece as you enter into the facility.
Yeah.
That's the right word.
Thank you. I was wondering with the transit piece, if because that obviously is a real team effort to make that happen and work so well. I'm wondering, is there like a dispatch we could send out to that team and say, you know, the people that are involved in that, thank you so much from City Hall. Like, that's wonderful news.
Yeah, I can definitely pass it along to the folks there, but it's Jody, it's Baron who's there. Kathy stepped into the role as kind of being the dispatch administrator down there, so she's done a lot of the work. And yeah,
I would love to, if it's okay with council, I would love to just say a thank you to making that happen. If that's okay with council.
If you wanted to, maybe even in an email format, because then it can be printed and posted up for the drivers to see as well at the places where they do gather. And we do have drivers that work out of now with KLW out in the Cusp and Caslow. So
and that's the biggest, it's the drivers, for sure.
If council wanted to put something together like that, or if you wanted to send something on behalf of council,
I'd actually prefer like if it was like from mayor and council, like a little formalized. Thank you so much. We really appreciate what you're doing. Like, if that would be possible.
Yeah, because we've got these great numbers now, so we can incorporate that, and yes, we can send that out.
Rather than an individual
from council.
From council and mayor, it would be really great. Just to say thank you.
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you.
Okay, council, seeing nothing, going once, going twice. Okay, I have a motion to recess for dinner. Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Woodward. All those in favor? Okay. Thank you. See everybody back at 7 o'clock. It is here.
Is it?
Okay, good evening, everybody. Nice to see a few people in the gallery this evening. If I could have a motion to come back to order. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Payne. All those in favor? Thank you, councillors. That's we are going to continue with the meeting. So this evening we are not having a cultural presentation, so that means that we're moving on to item number 11. And so my first question of the evening is there anyone that wants to participate in the public participation portion of the meeting? Hands high. Okay, 1, 2, okay. We are good. And I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's name. You all are familiar faces, but I'm bad with names.
4.
4? Okay.
See 4.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's public participation, so. So now I'm going to read the statement now that I know there's some people that would like to speak. So, City Council welcomes comments from the public on issues it is dealing with or other issues of interest to the public. Before speaking, please state your name and area of residence, city or RDCK. Comments from the public will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. This is not a forum for complaints, which are dealt with by staff through the established complaint procedure. Council will not make any decisions at this meeting about the matter you raise, but may refer the matter to staff for follow-up. Speakers must not address topics that relate to matters for which a public hearing must be held prior to council's consideration of the matter or adoption of a bylaw. Speakers shall address all comments through the mayor or presiding member. Please avoid clapping or displaying any emotional responses, as such actions will not be permitted. Maintaining a composed demeanor ensures that all opinions shared can be heard in a setting that is unbiased as possible. So those are the rules, and I'm going to start with right at the back wall. Yeah.
Oh. Name and address, did we say that?
And I am going to time because I saw 4 hands, and so I don't want to run out of time. So
Okay, well, mine's very short,
okay.
very, very short. I'm Solita, and I live in Area F. I'm here to encourage the city to adopt the Sue Big Oil campaign. I have to admit, I used to believe that it was a waste of time, but I thought about it some more, and the fact of the matter is that these companies get a free ride extracting our resources. They're moving profits out of the country and leaving us with the bill to clean it up. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms does not guarantee us the right to a clean, healthy environment. And because there is no enforcement to guarantee us this right, energy companies have been polluting the air, water, and soil at an alarming rate. You don't even need to believe in climate change to see the damage everywhere. It is estimated that it will cost $260 billion to clean up the tailings ponds alone in Alberta. That's equivalent to all the royalties paid by the industry between 1970 and 2017. And these figures don't even include the thousands of abandoned oil wells and the ones that need plugging, or even, Mount Polly disasters in BC and other countless social costs affecting ordinary residents. We can't even supply clean drinking water to everyone. We, the citizens, are expected to pay these cleanup costs. We can't keep up, and as a result, our social services are taking a back seat. Healthcare, education, sanitation, the Nelson sewer system needs a lot of work, all suffer because of these budget cuts. If the provinces and the federal government aren't going to ensure these companies compensate us for the damages resulting from their industry, doesn't it seem fair that we hold them accountable and make them responsible for paying the costs in another way? By launching this class action lawsuit, we could be compensated and pay for the cleanup and other damages.
Thank you. And 1 minute, 58 seconds.
Told you it'd be short.
Gentleman in row 2. That's you.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks very much for having me. It's great to be in a room with such a great, engaged, smart group of folks. My name's Paul Sasso. I'm a local concerned resident representing Hallow. The early goal of our group was to provide residents with a way to express their opposition and really outrage towards Hallow Nelson's development plan. So 10 days ago, we released our online petition. We currently have over 1,600 signatures. I'm going to read that now as a representative for all these people who feel very strongly about this project and the future of Nelson's developments. So it starts, stop the Hallow Nelson development. Housing for all, not for the few. As concerned citizens of Nelson, British Columbia, we strongly oppose the proposed Hallow Nelson development at Granite Point Golf Club. At a time when our community faces a severe housing crisis with many struggling to find affordable shelter, we find it unacceptable for this land to be used for luxury developments of second and third homes for the ultra-wealthy. We are vehemently opposed to the developer's plan to fly people here in private jets when our region is still under a cloud of wildfire smoke caused by the current climate crisis. This project is not only out of touch with the values and culture of our community, but also ignores the housing needs of our residents in favor of profits for a select few. We ask the City of Nelson to reject the Hallow Nelson development and work towards thoughtful, sustainable development of affordable, social, and supportive housing while integrating and preserving public space. We are currently working with affordable housing experts on an alternative plan that will be proposed to the developers and Golf Course Society soon. We see Council and the City of Nelson as our biggest ally in our goal to protect the culture, character, and affordability of our hometown. We are thrilled to see the Council has recently begun working towards keeping Nelson's housing accessible to all residents. The establishment of the Nelson Housing Committee was a big step. And more recently, as Share Nelson will talk about further, the city has partnered with BC Housing and Share Nelson to build 48 units of housing in Fairview. We strongly believe that allowing our finite land base to be developed into private, exclusive, resort-style development sold as fly-in, fly-out destination, which will likely be left empty much of the year, is an offensive design style that we must protect against. While many Nelsonites could support housing developments on golf course lands, we demand that any housing development that occurs is directed towards Nelson's residents and is affordably priced. We ask of you now to put your thinking caps on and figure a way to guide the development of our town onto a better path than Hallow Nelson is currently proposing. Help us realize our community's wish for attainable, sustainable, and affordable development for our residents.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, I know there's more hands back there, so,
She can't see you.
okay, on the ground, on the floor?
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Rob Fox. I live out in the Bonington area, but have worked and volunteered and played in the City of Nelson for the last 12 years. I would like to echo my concerns that Mr. Sasso has just presented. I have seen a lot of friends and colleagues have difficulty find housing, even rental housing in Nelson. And I feel that the development that's proposed by Hallow Nelson is also at odds with what I had hoped Nelson to be. I don't have much more to add other than change is inevitable. I'm not against development. I just would like to see development in a style that is supportive of the people who live here, not for people who are from elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. And the young lady, green, yellow, yep, sure.
Yes, hello. My name is Laura Sachs, but I'm actually reading a letter from Lenny McKim, and she's, raise your hand. I'm reading this for her because she had written a letter to council and it didn't arrive, and she was, I think maybe was just given it to Leslie. Lenny McKim, 2363 Boyer Road, Nelson. And I want to say that this is her first council meeting as well. Dear Mayor and Council, Nelson cannot afford the skyrocketing costs of climate change. Fortunately, there is a way for us to avoid facing those soaring costs alone. A number of municipalities in BC are working together to bring a class action lawsuit to recoup a portion of the climate costs from the fossil fuel industry. I'm going to abbreviate a little bit here, but because you'll be hearing the delegation. After all, fossil fuels are the biggest cause of climate change. Yet although oil companies knew in the 1950s and 60s that their products would lead to devastating climate change, they have spent decades spreading misinformation, undermining climate science, and blocking climate change policies. Meanwhile, while the rest of us are facing an affordability crisis compounded by climate change, the oil and gas industry makes trillions of dollars per year in profits. As a resident of this community, I encourage you to collaborate with other BC local governments to bring a class action lawsuit to help pay for our climate costs. I believe that this would be a fiscally responsible decision that would greatly benefit our community. Suing big oil for a fair share of climate costs is a fiscally responsible action for local governments to take. Sincerely, Lenny McKim.
Thanks, Laura, and thank you, Lenny, for coming to your first council meeting. Thank you for coming to join us this evening. Thumbs up to a first-timer. I'm sure there's a few first-timers in the room, but that's great. Thank you so much. And anybody else? We're all good? We got a couple more minutes, so, okay, perfect then. Thank you, everybody, for participating. It's an important part of democracy. And so we're going to move on then to the next items on our agenda, and we have 3 delegations tonight. Our first delegation is Sue Big Oil West Kootenay, and Greg Amos and Ron Robinson are coming up to the hot seats there. And representing Sue Big Oil West Kootenay, they have requested an audience with council to deliver a presentation about the relationship between fossil fuel companies and climate impacts and their class action lawsuit.
Okay, thanks very much for having us here tonight.
Pull the mic towards you.
Is there a way to get our slideshow up and running?
Yeah. Just bring that up here.
And it looks like we have someone from West Coast Environmental Law up joining us. Is he speaking as well, or just the two of you?
He'll be, this is Andrew Gage from West Coast Environmental Law in Victoria, and he's on hand to answer questions after we're finished our 10 minutes of presentation. We got 10 minutes of Q&A.
Okay.
Andrew's our legal expert here for that.
I just want to make sure that we have him introduced and noted on the...
Okay. All right, I see the presentation in front of us. I guess we can, who's controlling the slides here?
You are.
I am. Okay, excellent. Great, let's get going then. So here we are. It's been a journey. Our original delegation request was way back in February of 2024. But here we are. Sue Big Oil West Kootenay Action Team. We're all about sticking with it over the long haul. So I'm Greg Amos. I'm a Nelson resident. This is Ron Robinson, also a Nelson resident. We're on the action team. And joining us remotely, as has already been introduced, is Andrew Gage in Victoria. And with us tonight are a bunch of residents who've been involved in the campaign. I'd like to take a moment here to just turn around, or just have everybody in the gallery who's here to support Sue Big Oil just raise their hand or a sign if you have one, and just give a little bit of a indication to council that we have a fair amount of local support that we'll get into later as well. So we're here today, September 24th, and we're on the tail end of the 15th consecutive month of record global monthly temperatures. September will probably turn out to be the 16th. We're looking at a current CO2 concentration of 423 parts per million. That's up about 25% since I was born, and even more since Ron was born. And our goal tonight, sorry, Ron. Our goal tonight is to urge Nelson to collaborate with other local governments in BC in a legal effort to have the largest fossil fuel corporations pay their fair share of climate change costs. And before we do that, first we want to recognize, I'd like to give a little shout out to staff here for giving us the pathway to get to our delegation. We initially were denied back in February. So my thanks to staff for giving us that process. And we'd also like to recognize the city's climate achievements, because Nelson is a climate leader. I think Ron has a bit more to say about that.
Yeah, well, Nelson Next from 2020 is a good indicator. And you won the Commitment to Change Award, dealing with embedded carbon, and at the last UBCM, I think you got an award, Climate Energy Action Award. So you've certainly demonstrated that you're on the right path. You're concerned and you're doing something about it.
So we're going to talk a little bit about what kind of climate change costs local government is facing. I'm sure city staff are well aware of it, but I'll summarize it as best we can. In a nutshell, in the summertime, we're looking at heat, drought, and smoke, increasingly dangerous fire seasons. In winter, we're looking at erratic snowfall, polar vortexes, things that can harm tourism and agriculture. Our 2021 heat dome in BC, I'm sure we all remember that, was estimated to have cost $17 billion in economic losses. More than 600 British Columbians died of extreme heat. And then just last summer, or 2 summers ago, 2023 was the most destructive and costly wildfire season ever recorded in BC and Canada. This past summer, we saw the effects locally, with Slocan Valley and Argenta being severely impacted by wildfires and evacuations. And here in Nelson, it's not a surprise to anybody that we have a large wildfire risk. And that wildfire risk is compounded and multiplied by the fact that it's tethered to our watershed risk. Renowned wildfire consultant Bob Gray says we should be in crisis mode. He's looked at Nelson and he's noted that although wildfire policy prioritizes protection of communities and high-value assets, there's no such priority given to watersheds. And to quote Bob from a September 2020 Nelson Star article, "If we destroy a watershed, you might as well pack up the town and move it. We're looking at tens of millions of dollars in damage and reconstruction costs." We know that the costs of even preparing for the future are significant. Nelson has some planning costs incurred in their 2021 plan for the 5 Mile Creek, Anderson Creek, and Sellis Creek Source Protection Plan. Ron has some more details on some of the local costs that we're facing as a result of climate change caused by fossil fuel burning.
Yeah. Excuse me, we're aware globally of the costs, but I was thinking the fact that the city hired a person whose mandate dealt with climate issues, so there was obviously some recognition there. We mentioned the impact on local economy, tourism being a big one, whether it's people not coming here because of smoke, not coming here to ski because there's crappy snow. And there's a trickle-down effect that affects the hospitality industry. People get laid off from their jobs. In a medical sense, I think there's been an increase in respiratory distress, also heat. And infrastructure was mentioned. Supply chain issues, when there are fires and floods, we can't get stuff into town. And a lot of that stuff, like lettuce from California, has problems because they too are dealing with climate risks and climate damage. So yes, it's global, but we're seeing it here.
So we've looked at some local costs. Now we're going to take a quick look at the climate crisis versus corporate profits. So the fossil fuel industry is very profitable, and it turns out the industry most responsible for causing climate change is also earning an estimated $3 billion daily for the past 50 years. 2022, coming out of the pandemic, was a massively profitable year. $11 billion daily, $4 trillion in 1 year. A 2020 analysis by The Guardian showed the fossil fuel industry earns on average more than $1 trillion in profits each year. 1 million times 1,000 times 1,000, that's a trillion. So to help our communities pay for climate costs, the Sue Big Oil campaign is aiming to get oil companies to pay their fair share, not the full cost, but their fair share of climate change costs. And how could anybody possibly know what that cost is? Well, in this document created by West Coast Environmental Law called Suing Fossil Fuel Giants, one example here comes from a climate researcher named Richard Heedy. And putting together his attribution research over decades, he found that up until 2014, just 5 companies, Chevron, Exxon, Saudi Aramco, BP, and Shell, are responsible for about 14% of historic greenhouse gas emissions. So we can't say that oil companies are causing all of the climate crisis, but we can say that they have an attributable cost that they're responsible for. We're all responsible for climate change.
I have to turn on the air conditioning because it's getting hot. So you might have to speak up a little bit.
No problem. So while we're all responsible for climate change, we're not all equally responsible. On to the next slide.
Okay, I don't know how many of you saw John Valent when he was speaking at the Capitol Theatre, author of Fireweather. I'm not familiar with Jeff Dembicki, but they're both discussing the misinformation that we are receiving. And I'm going to just give you a brief chronology of some of the work that has been done on the effect of carbon dioxide. And as I'm reading that, keep in mind the phrase duty of care and negligence. Way back in 1907, John Poynting coined the terms blanketing effect and greenhouse effect. So it's not a recent item. 1966, the president of bituminous coal acknowledged the danger from CO2 emissions from burning fossil fuels. He was probably fired after that. In 1981, Dr. James Hansen, strangely enough working with scientists from Exxon, spoke to the US Congress indicating that they saw a risk to the climate with burning fossil fuels and the emissions from that. 8 years later, the Global Climate Coalition, not as good as it sounds, they were like the tobacco lobby. Their mandate was to spread disinformation, to question the science, and they're still operating today. Big money to be paid there. If we had known this 40, 50, 60 years ago, how might that have affected the trajectory of our energy systems and our transportation systems? We weren't told. And that's where the notion of duty of care and negligence come in. Their duty of care was to let us know. If the bars on the crib are too far apart and the baby can get its head through and they sell it and they know it, they're being negligent.
So what is Sue Big Oil? It's about climate litigation. We're looking here at a little graphic. This comes from a study or an annual update from the London School of Economics that's showing the number of climate litigation cases around the world. Now, Sue Big Oil would be the first actual case of municipalities pitted against fossil fuel corporations in Canada. Obviously, we see some green on the map. They're indicating there have been climate cases. This represents everything from governments of Saskatchewan and Ontario suing the federal government over the carbon tax to backyard NIMBY issues. But we're looking at something new here in Sue Big Oil. What we're drawing inspiration from is, surprisingly, America. More than 70 lawsuits have been launched against big oil at the city, county, and state level in the United States. Nearly a quarter of the U.S. population now live in a jurisdiction that's pursuing climate-based legal action against fossil fuel corporations. There's been a few high-profile cases. Exactly 1 year ago in September, the state of California launched a lawsuit against the big 5 U.S. oil corporations, including Chevron, which is ironically headquartered in California. In the Netherlands in 2020, a high-profile case was won against Shell Oil, forcing them to take responsibility for CO2 emissions and drop the Royal Dutch from their names. Now they're just Shell. Now that's being appealed, but that's another example. Multnomah County, Oregon is doing a lawsuit against oil corporations resulting from the 2021 heat dome. Vermont has created a polluter superfund. I could go on. The point is there's a lot of climate litigation cases now underway. And so why? Why climate litigation?
Okay, we have the advantage in class action suits in that we don't have to hire our own lawyers. We have a justice system that resolves injustices. We know about women's rights, corporate responsibility, economic injustice, and there are a lot of successes in those areas, not just tobacco and asbestos. For individual jurisdictions, municipalities, cities, provinces, there's a minimal investment because it's a class action. We don't each have to have our own lawyer. In BC, there is a law that protects municipalities from having to pay legal costs if they happen to lose a case. And We don't have to foot the bill. So as a municipality, we're protected in that sense. So there isn't the financial risk. It's a case of pooling resources and support, strength in numbers.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide. We're mindful of our time here. So Sue Big Oil is not something, it's not about the city of Nelson suing Shell or the city of Nelson suing any particular oil company, fossil fuel corporation. It's about joining a class action lawsuit. So the province-wide call to action, there's been about roughly 25 different communities in BC, both municipalities and regional districts engaged on Sue Big Oil. The province-wide call to action is essentially that we take urgent action to tackle climate change, protect us from future heat waves, flooding, wildfires, and other climate impacts. Join with other local governments to file a class action lawsuit to recover a fair share of our climate costs. The ask is for at least $1 per person towards a community fund to get Sue Big Oil off the ground, to get the legal team to see if this class action lawsuit can be certified by the courts in BC and then get underway. And to build equitable and sustainable communities that put people and the planet before corporate profits. So looking at the province-wide engagement, there's an example of the 25 or so communities. We see the bold names with asterisks beside them are the ones that have signed on. And to give us just a bit of a brief timeline here, going back to the start, Gibson's was the first BC community to join Sue Big Oil. They signed on in March 2023. Later that year, in June, it was View Royal, a suburb of Victoria, and then Squamish in October of that year. This February, Qualicum Beach and just up the valley from us, the village of Slocan joined. That brought the numbers to 5 communities. And then in May, the big game changer was the city of Burnaby joining. Burnaby represents half of the total ask. The idea is to get to $500,000 or municipalities representing 500,000 people so we can actually get the initiative to get the class action lawsuit certified underway. Since then, in the next month and a half after Burnaby, Port Moody, Cumberland, and Sechelt all signed on. So what this adds up to in my hastily constructed bar graph on the bottom is we have roughly 73% of the $500,000 ask committed to already. So we're getting close. We have the District of Saanich is looking at bringing a similar proposal to their council. And here in the Kootenays, Rossland and the RDCK have both expressed interest in having a delegation to hear more about Sue Big Oil. I guess a really important number is that of these 25 or so BC communities who've been engaged with Sue Big Oil, there's been only one community who's voted no against it, and that was Powell River. So we'll get into some local support numbers here. So we've been doing a bit of tabling, campaigning, getting a lot of paper signups. We have a list of a bunch of paper signups here for people saying they've added their name to the declaration, saying they want their community to join Sue Big Oil. And because we've collected postal codes along with that, we've been able to drill down and find out exactly where the support's coming from. So our slide here indicates 220 plus signatures in Nelson, but the latest number actually is exactly 250 as of today. We have 350 plus signatures coming from the West Kootenay, again, spatially determined by the postal code. And then looking back at a study that was commissioned by West Coast Environmental Law in July 2022, they've asked 807 adults, would you support Sue Big Oil? And that came out to 69% support. And then we can also look at the Nelson Climate Plan, Nelson Next, a great plan, which has given us another bit of a local perspective on what kind of climate action people want to see. So on page 30 of that plan, there's the statement, I am concerned about climate change, which had 88% of respondents agreeing to, 12% opposed to. And then the statement, we need to act now to address climate change, had 87% agreement. So as we can see from work done, diligent work done by the City of Nelson staff and committees, we have a good, strong local consensus to take action on climate change, and what better way than to join Sue Big Oil. So in conclusion, Sue Big Oil is a practical, fiscally responsible opportunity to recoup costs for some of the astronomical climate change and damage expenses that we are facing. The community supports it, and participation in this class action seems like not just an opportunity, but even a responsibility. And so we've been asked by some members of council that if we could provide a resolution to actually help save staff time and get this moving along faster, that would be really helpful. So we've done that. We've actually included one resolution right here. This is a resolution that the City of Nelson could choose to act on. And in our submission package, we've included a couple other resolutions as well. This is sort of the medium length one. But I'll just read this one aloud so we can all hear it. That the City of Nelson commit to join a proposed class action lawsuit against selected fossil fuel companies contingent upon other BC municipalities joining and raising a combined minimum of $500,000 and to set aside the equivalent of $1 per resident for this purpose. And that any money awarded to the city as a result of a settlement or court order arising from this lawsuit be used to mitigate any current or future damage caused in the City of Nelson due to climate change. So, to wrap up, Nelson has a great opportunity you don't even have to be a leader on climate. You've been a leader in other ways, but you now have the opportunity to become the 10th BC municipality to go with the flow and do what everyone else is doing, suing big oil. That's us. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Ron. So, councillors, do you have any questions for the presenters? Okay.
There's questions.
Oh, Councillor Panero.
I'm not sure if this is a maybe two questions. So I've never been a part of a class action lawsuit before. I'm probably not alone. Once it's off the ground, so there's a certain amount of money that gets the thing rolling, and that's, if that's $1 per resident or what have you, it's not a very big amount of money for at that stage. Once it's off the ground, where does the rest of the money come from? Like, is there, after that happens, will there be another financial commitment from us, or is that it?
Yeah, it's a one-time ask, and so the $1 per resident cost or fee that we'd be looking to collect on behalf of West Coast Environmental Law would be $11,500 one time, not annually, not repeated. Once the lawsuit gets underway, there's a number of ways it could be funded. There could be more money from municipalities. It could be money from UBCM. There could be foundations stepping in. That's yet to be determined. That is, I should add that that's addressed fairly well by Andrew's document here called Suing Fossil Fuel Giants that I sent in the submission package to council. I don't know if Andrew is on the line here, would like to weigh in on this one as well.
I am. I'd like to just touch a couple of points there. One is to clarify that the funds are not coming to West Coast Environmental Law. The idea is that the municipalities between them will have to identify a lead plaintiff that will bring the case. The funds would go to that lead plaintiff. If we're not able to convince the local government to actually file the lawsuit, then no one spends any money because it's, or at least to retain counsel to file the lawsuit, then there's no money spent. The purpose of getting the class action certified is, as part of that process, the judge determines whether this case should be heard as a class action. And that part of that is, does the case have legal merit? Well, could the municipalities win, essentially? And so, given that this case is novel, I think we're all, it hasn't been done before in Canada, certainly. We think there's a solid basis for it, but there are unanswered questions. The ruling by a judge that this case actually has merit and could be won is a hugely significant step. If at that point we lose, and when I say we lose, and the judge says no, there's no basis for this claim, no one spent more than the $1 per resident. If, on the other hand, the judge, as we believe they will, rules that this case does have merit and should proceed as a class action, then there's a lot more information for both local governments, but also for private philanthropists, or for that matter, private funders, for crowdfunder, people who might contribute through crowdfunding, all of these other sources to put forward money any further funding asks has the benefit of a ruling from a judge that the case could be won and could be successful. And so if there is a further ask to local governments, they can make a determination based on that more detailed information. Now, it's the lead plaintiff, the municipality that takes that on, that needs to work out all of the details around budgeting. If Nelson is not that lead plaintiff, and to do that with their lawyers and to have a plan, that's going to involve crowdfunding and all of the details, once we have the benefit of that judgment, if Nelson is just saying, what we're asking Nelson to do is to commit their support to the case and to work with other local governments to try and make this happen, to put that $1 per resident forward. But as Greg says, any further ask would be up to Nelson, because you're not actually going to be a named plaintiff. You are going to be part of a coalition supporting the municipality or municipalities joining the suit, unless Nelson decided it did want to take on that more significant role.
Councillor Woodward, then Councillor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Andrew. It's a legal question. Can you hear me, Andrew?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, climate change is a globally dissipated effect.
Yeah.
And I don't know much about law, but I do understand that you have to tie an effect or an action that's happened to somebody to the what's the term? They would be they wouldn't be the plaintiff. They would be the defendant. So you'd have to tie like a wildfire that happens somewhere to an oil company.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, can you talk about
how do you do that?
How would you do that?
Yes. So absolutely. Now, a couple of points here. One is that the low-hanging fruit is actually not the damage from a wildfire. It's actually the adaptation costs that Nelson and other municipalities are incurring. So I know you're looking at rebuilding your stormwater systems. You're looking at finding new sources of water potentially. You're looking at doing wildfire interface treatments, all of which takes money. You're doing those things because the risks of the events associated with those that you're trying to address with those have been increased as a result of climate change. Those types of costs are very directly tied to climate change. You can actually look at how much larger your storm drains need to be now as a result of what was previously a 1 in 1,000-year storm event coming once every 500 years. I mean, those are obviously not necessarily the right figures, but you get the idea. So those types of costs are very directly related to climate change. Scientists are increasingly able to link even particular weather events or particularly weather events to climate change through a whole body of work called attribution science. So the heat wave, for example, in 2021 was 150 times more likely as a result of climate change than it would have been without climate change. So in some cases, it is actually possible also to claim for those damages. And then, as Greg mentioned, Richard Heady has actually identified the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere that can be traced back to the operations and products of particular companies. So it is certainly true that Chevron or Exxon is not responsible for 100% of the cost of climate change, but it is also true that if you're spending an extra several $1 million as a result of climate change on storm drains, that Chevron is responsible for 2 or 3% of that. And he can identify specific percentages of contribution that can be traced back to those particular companies. So that's the approach that that we propose, and it's similar to the approach that's being used in a number of cases in the U.S. and elsewhere, where the courts, although they haven't reached a final decision, they have accepted that this case is at least arguable.
Thank you.
Councillor Page.
Thank you. Looking at the proposed resolution and we've had discussions before down at AVIC, I ran into Anita, I believe your colleague Anita at UBCM. Fiona, thank you. I'm so bad with names. I'm curious about the selectedness of the big super polluters versus more localized providers and distributors of products that are currently making money on this problem locally.
Yeah, I mean, it will be up to the lead plaintiff that files the case to determine exactly who is sued. But certainly, if the aim is to, while suing a somewhat smaller group of companies, to recover the maximum amount of recovery, you're going to be looking to companies that are responsible for a larger portion of the global emissions. You can sue global companies in Canada where they have caused harm in Canada. So you're going to be looking at companies that are large, have significant assets in Canada, so it's easier to collect against them, and potentially have a very active history in deceiving the public and misleading us and keeping us hooked on on climate change, those tend to be the larger companies like Exxon and Chevron and the like. That's not to say that a lead plaintiff couldn't choose to include one or more Canadian companies. Richard Heaty's work focuses on the companies that actually take the oil and gas out of the ground, because but for that step, nothing else, that pollution would not have entered the atmosphere. And there's actually case law from the UK Supreme Court sort of saying that there's a causal relationship between extracting oil and gas and it being burnt and ending up in the atmosphere. So we're sort of from the outside pushing for this case because we think it's good public policy. Most likely we would not be the lawyers bringing the case. The lead plaintiff will hire their own legal team to do this, and they will make their own final determination on which defendants which fossil fuel companies it makes most sense to include in this first suit.
Okay, thanks.
Subsequent?
If it's in good order, is there more on the speakers list? Because I would move
I have nobody else on the speakers list.
I would move referral. I actually have a question for staff. Can this be moved to a budget meeting, or does it has to come up at the next business meeting? Okay. I'd like to move referral to a budget meeting because this is a budgetary ask.
Are you
Can I
seconding the
clarify
motion?
I was just going to ask for before I would second it, but I just a clarification in terms of the timing. That was my one question. If I may, if we can hold on that for a second.
So the procedural bylaw states that you can kind of put it wherever you want. I mean, currently the way it's read is if it's referred to another business meeting, the next business meeting would be next month, which is, 14 days away. You could choose to ask for it to come back to a business meeting in November or December. Like, you can push it, but that has to be part of your ask.
Yeah.
Procedurally. So
Yeah.
we're just talking about procedure here.
Yeah, my question is actually more related to the timing of the campaign. If we wait, it might be fine, but I don't know what the campaign.
We've got budget meetings, as you've seen. A number of budget meetings have been set for October. We have some in October, November, December, one in January. I can't determine which one this discussion would land at in terms of budget meetings, but we've already got budget meetings scheduled.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that gives any clarity to the mover and potential seconder, or what your pleasure is as a council.
I'm happy to second, but I do have a question for Andrew.
So I'm gonna go to Council Panero. This has been moved and seconded.
So is it too late to just ask questions?
No,
about the-
now it's open for discussion.
You can ask a question. Yep.
Is that okay?
Mhm.
Just because you all are here, so why not? So this is probably should have been a supplemental, but I have two questions. So the initial ask is the initial ask, and then the further money to float this is going to come from any number of different places, municipalities, grants, donors, what have you. Is there any way of sort of hypothesizing how much money it takes to sue 5 giant corporations? Like, maybe, I know there was a successful lawsuit against Big Tobacco a while ago. It's not quite the same thing, but is there any sort of parallels that we can draw and get an idea of like how much money is actually going to have to appear to see this through to its final destination from somewhere? That's part one. I don't know if maybe somebody,
Can I offer a comment on that? Another way of looking at it is, how much will it cost if you don't do anything? You incur costs for whatever mitigation over an unknown period of time. So you're looking at unknown expenses. It parallels, do we know how much it'll cost to fund a litigation process, which at some point will have an end? But if no action is taken, there's no end to the money that's going to be spent.
that's fine. I just wonder if there's a number on either one of those.
Yeah, no, so it will depend to some degree on what the lead plaintiff negotiates with their legal team. There is a private law firm, RV Finley, that's expressed interest in being involved in this type of case. And they've, when I've last spoken to them, they have indicated that in the near future, they hope to be able to offer a more precise number about what they think it would be required to bring it through to fruition. It's certainly in the several millions of dollars. I mean, I don't want to understate it. And it's certainly a lawsuit that would last several years, like maybe 10 years or more. That being said, I mean, you make, as Ron said, I mean, you make decisions about infrastructure and that takes places over decades in other contexts, and the potential to have it settled about whether or not you can rely on this type of litigation to recover is extremely important and worth putting some funds into. I also did want to respond to the question about timing. Some local governments have actually just indicated their support for the case and indicated that they will only put funds into their budget once the lead plaintiff comes forward. Others have put funds directly into their budget, and we're somewhat agnostic in terms of the timing around that.
Okay, I just had one other thing.
Follow up, Council Pinero.
Sure. And then maybe there's some parallels from cases in the past or cases in other parts of the world, but if it's successful ultimately 10 years from now or whatever, how would the funds be distributed in the context of, like, in our own local reality? Like, we're a small municipality and compared to hopefully the municipalities that would also be involved. How do those funds sort of get to us if they do? And
I'm going to let
on a local
Andrew,
level, how do we utilize those?
I'm going to let Andrew give the long answer. I'll give the quick short answer first. It's well covered in this document, suing fossil fuel giants. I'll try and flip to the exact paragraph, but it's a question that's come up before. We're asking Nelson to be the 10th community to join Sue Big Oil in BC. So 9 other communities have grappled with these same questions. Of course, it matters. The dollars matter at the end of the day. But I'll let Andrew give a longer response to that one.
So a class action has 2 phases. The first phase is where after it's certified, the court considers what it's identified as the common issues. These are issues that all of the local governments that could bring this type of case have in common. Things like, can a local government bring these types of claims? Are adaptation expenses something you can recover from? Are the defendants, the fossil fuel companies, appropriate defendants? Do they have any general defenses that would prevent a recovery from this? Is this a public nuisance? Is this validly considered a public nuisance, or is there some other basis for holding these companies responsible? What is each of their proportionate share for the responsibility? If those issues are all answered in favor of the municipalities, then one of 2 things are going to happen. Either there'll be a settlement, and that's quite likely. The parties all sit down. The liability of the companies has been established to that point. It's simply a question of how much. And if a settlement is negotiated, it'll have to be approved by the court. And so if any municipality, including yourself, thinks that it doesn't reflect the interests of some group of the municipalities, you can make that point to the court. But the settlement agreement will describe how the funds will be paid out to the municipalities that are members of the class. If, on the other hand, a settlement is not reached, then there'll be a second stage of litigation where each local government would have to, at that point, hire their lawyer, knowing that they were going to get compensation at the end of the day, and go to court and demonstrate the specific costs that they have suffered, which are different, of course, than the costs of every other municipality, or expect to suffer, and therefore that they should be entitled to compensation from the companies towards, not the full amount, but based on the proportionate responsibility that the court has identified. I think either of those is a possible way that this could go out. Now, keep in mind, although it's true that the damages being suffered by larger municipalities are, in terms of dollar amounts, often larger than rural municipalities, on a per capita basis, rural and smaller municipalities suffer way more. costs from climate change relative to their ability to pay, because they have larger areas with a less dense population for the most part. So they're making sure that that's addressed in the settlement, and having municipalities that will encourage the lawyers to make sure that point is addressed is important.
Thank you.
Mayor? I have one more question.
Yeah, Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Andrew, so as the discussion's developing here, it really has come to my mind that, if it's a one-time win, let's say, 8-10 years down the road, a settlement is reached, it's a lump sum, I don't know, Nelson gets a couple $100,000 or something like that. I mean, ultimately, hopefully it'd be more, but ultimately, climate change is an ongoing process, and we have to, as a municipality, continually adapt and mitigate. Yeah. The costs will probably never end for us. It's it's multiple generational problem. So it would seem, in my mind, rather than a lump sum, would be just be a fund that.
Yeah.
Because the fossil fuel companies, they make all their money because it's externalities, right? They get to push out the pollution as an externality, which they don't pay for. So, and that will continue regardless if they lose or not. So I'm just curious, has there been discussion about actually getting them to basically pay for their pollution ongoing rather than make money off of it?
Carbon pricing.
So,
yes, I know the carbon pricing, but I'm talking about municipalities.
So, Councillor Woodward, I just want to just bring us back to where we are here, because that's a strategy on how this would go forward. Well, right now, they're still
right.
We're still that's a strategy that I see is down the road a bit, whether or not it would be a royalty system or a settlement system. I mean, there's many steps here that
sure
you're kind of down the road a little bit, but it's an interesting one to definitely contemplate as to what would be the best look at, if there was success, what the best dispersal of funds would be, given that climate change is not going to end anytime soon.
No, okay, thank you.
Because we've got other things to do.
Yep.
And I just want to be conscious of the time to make sure that all delegations get time tonight. Councillor Payne has a question, and then
I just wanted a clarification on. I just see that you have the regional district of Central Kootenay, so the municipalities are part of the regional district. So are you asking both parties to fund the same dollar per person, or is the ask for the rural areas or the ones that don't participate, because they'll come out of general admin, so the city of Nelson would pay into that? So just clarifying if, are you asking for the whole region, including all municipalities at the regional district level? Because that would cover the city of Nelson.
That would be ultimately up to the RDCK to decide how much they want to contribute, but I can't see us double dipping and trying to get Nelson counted twice when we make the ask of the RDCK.
So we sort of need to hear what they decide, because they might include us in there.
Our basic approach to this has been that if a regional district wants to join, that they should be in conversation with the member municipalities and coordinating on that. And if they decide to just do the rural areas and the municipalities cover their costs, that's fine. If they decide to split some of the costs, that's fine too. But the important thing is that the municipalities indicate their support for the campaign, the local governments, both levels of local government, indicate their support for the campaign and put resources towards it, recognizing that that's an important part of this ask.
Councillor Payne.
I guess my question is just a curiosity around the fact that California has just brought a suit forward against the 5 big oil companies. Do you feel that will be a bit of a tipping point in your campaign to move this forward, and how the oil companies will react to that themselves?
It definitely helps to have the momentum on our side. It's not just, states, it's also counties, it's also cities. I didn't mention the city of Chicago also in the past 12 months has launched a climate litigation lawsuit. So it all adds up to a new trend, a new legal avenue. I think the emerging field of attribution science, where we can actually assign a portion of the cost or a portion of the blame, let's say, for climate change to specific sources of emissions is beginning to make this more possible.
California just feels like a tipping point to me, just because they are such a large component of the American.
They have a population bigger than Canada.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
So, council, we have,
Thank
we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved by Councillor Page. It's been seconded by Councillor Lockenberg.
Could you read it back, please?
And
Just
it's just to refer, but we referred it to somewhere.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which?
Well, to the, I mean, to the 2025
I can-
budgetary meetings, I mean, it didn't seem like there was a time. I hear that he was agnostic on time, so, are we
Yeah.
still okay with that, or?
I was gonna leave the time budget regular to the pleasure of the chair, because I don't want to necessarily talk about this exactly in 2 weeks and put the,
Yeah, so obviously within the confines of the 2025 budget discussions, that's what we're going into.
RD will have their budget discussions before.
Yep.
I just to the chair, I don't need to amend it, but I would encourage us to give it a little bit of priority within the budget discussion, because, I mean, there is a certain momentum that we want to maintain, that's all.
And we will have a council report like we do for all other budgetary items, so we will be getting more information back, so.
Yeah.
So everybody's okay with that? So it's been moved and seconded. Council, all those in favor of referral and opposed, and that carries. So there we go. Thank you, Ron.
thank you.
Thanks very
And-
much. You've been very generous with your time.
And
Appreciate
thank
it.
you,
Andrew.
Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew.
There are more great things on the agenda.
Stick around.
And thank you for the audience that's come. Hopefully, maybe a few of you will stay for a bit. Item number 12B is the Living Lakes Canada is here to give us an update. So if Paige and Alan wanted to come forward.
Do we want to give people a chance to leave if
Yeah,
they don't want to?
and if people, if there's people in the room that want to leave, feel free. We'll give you like a couple of minutes to move out because it does create a bit of background noise.
Yeah.
We're the second to last one. They're Cottonwood. Yes.
And you need a cough drop?
I
Shall
choked
get
on
you
my own
some?
spit. I do.
I could go to my office and get a
Full screen.
I've got some
cough
right
drop or
Perfect timing.
So you want to like
Listen, you should
I
have
thought
some
something emotional
fisherman's
had come
friends.
up when you were triggered by some
Love some water. Yes, thank you.
previous big oil experience.
It's really hot out there. I know. This room is not.
I don't know how environment is.
75 people. Thank you. Alrighty. I'm not seeing our slides on the big
They're
screen.
working on it.
Someone else has got that? Okay.
They're working.
Excellent.
Well, she might need.
Kate, does anybody
I was
want?
gonna say that.
No, I choked on my own spit. I don't have a cough. I just breathed and swallowed at the same time,
Okay.
which I should
I don't
not
want
do.
whooping cough. I'm trying to stay away from that. I'm on vacation.
Let's avoid
But I
all
was
of
gonna
those
say
things.
that General Manager Johnson always has some
I do too.
fish,
Right in my
Thanks for
bag,
talking
right
about it
there.
more, though. That's cool.
fisherman
Fine.
friends.
I don't like those ones.
We don't want any whooping cough, but we do have a physician in the back of the room.
Are we all set?
Okay.
Good to proceed? Okay.
Thank you for those that have stayed behind. So moving on to 12B, we have Paige and Alan of Mountain Station Consultants providing an update on the Cottonwood Creek Revival Project, and they were going to discuss the achievements to date and present the proposed fish habitat restoration plan for the lower section of Cottonwood Creek. And I just want to remind everybody that the City of Nelson allocated $13,000 from the 2024 READY grants to help with this project coming to fruition. So Paige and Alan, over to you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for making the space for us to present tonight. As was discussed, we're here to provide an update on the status of the Cottonwood Creek Revival Project, as well as to propose a new restoration project that we're hoping to undertake within the city. I'd like to start by acknowledging that this project is taking place on the lands of the Ktunaxa, Sinixt, and Syilx peoples, and we really do seek to uphold their rights and responsibilities to the land and to the water that flows through it through this project. So I'll just start with a brief overview of the project and the progress that we've made to date. We're all probably familiar with Cottonwood Creek. It's easy to see that it's a valuable asset to our community, but it's also easy to see that it's been degraded over the years. It's been heavily impacted by human development, resource extraction, and other impacts. Closer? Further. Okay, like that?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So over the years, there have been several initiatives to assess, monitor, and restore this creek. There have been several initiatives undertaken by Alan as well as the Rod and Gun Club, and several city councillors have also been great advocates for this creek over the years. So this project is nothing new, but in 2021, Living Lakes Canada began to have some conversations with the Friends of Kootenay Lake Stewardship Society as well as the Nelson District Rod and Gun Club to look at what we could do to carry some of that momentum forward and get some more attention on the creek. So our first step was to carry out an aquatic habitat inventory. So this report was prepared by Alan Thompson. It's available to you all in the agenda package. It's a fantastic resource that provides a great overview of the history of the creek, some of the threats and impacts to the watershed. It also provides some wonderful recommendations for what we can do going forward to better care for this creek. At the same time, Living Lakes Canada began some baseline water quality monitoring. So we've been measuring water quality at 6 locations in the watershed over the last couple of years, at least monthly, sometimes weekly, depending on the time of year. This spring, we hosted a community engagement meeting at the Nelson Rod and Gun Club, where we shared the results of that aquatic habitat inventory and the water quality data collected to date. We also invited community members to share their values about the creek, what they love about the watershed, what their concerns are, and what they would like to see going forward. So again, all of that feedback was compiled into a report that was made available through the agenda package if you'd like to have a look at that. This past summer, we completed a fish habitat assessment using the provincial protocol. So the objective of that assessment is to help us to be able to better identify and prioritize potential restoration opportunities within the watershed. That one's still in progress, but we'll definitely share it when it becomes available. So all of this work has been made possible through the support of the City of Nelson, as well as RDCK, Area E, and others through the READY grants and some other sources of funding. So again, really grateful for that continued funding to enable us to get to where we are today with this project. So in terms of next steps, there are still some significant data gaps and unknowns about how this watershed functions and what it needs from us. So we do hope to continue with the data collection and assessment of the watershed. We also intend to continue with the relationship building. We're having some great talks with First Nations and landowners along the creek and other people that are interested to ensure that any actions that we take align with their visions and priorities. Over time, it would be great to see some sort of management plan created for the watershed. We'd love to see some measures in place to better protect the creek from future development. Friends of Kootenay Lake has recently undertaken a great cleanup initiative on the creek. They hosted a cleanup this weekend for BC Rivers Day, and I heard they removed over 400 pounds of waste from the creek. So that's great to see, and we'd love to see that continue. And then lastly, we're hoping that all of this work can help us to identify and carry out some restoration initiatives. So at this time, I'll pass it over to Alan to share one of those proposals with you now.
So thanks, Mayor and Council, for listening to our delegation about the creek. You've heard me speak over the years about Cottonwood Creek on a number of issues, and I'm come to you today to discuss a new idea that for a restoration, the new restoration option in the lower creek. And it's actually in a section that's right adjacent to the Public Works yard, basically sandwiches between the Works yard and the SD8 compound. It's about a 65-meter section of creek, which is quite close to the lake and just upstream of Lakeside Bridge. So what are we proposing to do there? So I want you to think about a local creek in the area. It could be a Kootenay Creek, it could be Dumel Creek, it could be Groman Creek. That's about this width of this room. Natural creek. Think of what's in that creek. Of course, it's got water, but it's got logs, it's got large boulders, it's got pools, riffles, things like that, overhanging vegetation. It's cool, it's quiet. That's what we want to do in that section of river or creek. So currently you can see on the screen here on the right-hand side, that's pretty much a picture. Can we get it up there?
Your time's up, sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the $100,000.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, so you can see that picture there on the right-hand side is taken of the creek just this in May. Yes, in May. And you can see what it looks like. It's from side to side. It's fairly shallow water. It's flowing fairly uniformly. And there's not a lot of diversity in that flow. There's not a lot of chaos. And aquatic life really likes chaos in a river to thrive. And really the purpose here is to bring back kokanee into the creek. And kokanee need spawning areas to spawn. Of course, you probably know the spawning cycle of a kokanee. They come in the fall, they spawn, they lay their eggs in the gravels, they pass. The eggs are in the gravel over the winter, and they come out of the gravels in the spring, and away they go. So we'd like to create in that 65-meter section, it's a very short section actually, spawning opportunities for kokanee. And the way to do that is to create a creek which has natural features in it right from the get-go. And if you look at that picture on the right, there really aren't any natural features in the kind of wetted perimeter of that creek, of that section. So the way you actually create chaos is you put large things or you put things which are immovable in the creek, and it forces the water to move around. So boulders, logs, and you create sections of creek which are different from other sections. So you create some pools, some riffle sections, some quiet sections, and in those sections, kokanee will find places to spawn. And when you think of a natural creek system, that's how it works in a natural creek system. Now, we're not proposing a spawning channel. When you think of a spawning channel, you think of, Kokanee Creek spawning channel. It's wall-to-wall red fish. It's great, but that's not what we're proposing here, because that's a highly managed, quite expensive operation to run. It's got people running around all over the place making sure it's running just right. That's not what we're proposing here. We're proposing something which resembles a natural system. So it won't produce, if you will, as many kokanee as a spawning channel, but that's not the point. So how are we going to do that? So this is at the very early stages, and I can say that the City of Nelson is kind of a key kind of partner in this, if you will, because we're inside the City of Nelson, and if the City of Nelson doesn't really like this project, then it's not going to go far, right? So we have to have, in order for this project to fly, we need to have your endorsement of it. And so we're at the very early stages of collecting partners, getting First Nations on side, getting perhaps larger funders on side, seeking funding, and then once we kind of get the consensus to go forward, we will start to kind of dig into the details to figure out actually how it's done. But essentially what it involves is putting large logs and boulders in that creek section and making sure that they don't move, and ensuring that they're put in such a way that they create that diversity of habitats that I was mentioning earlier. And this is done all over the province. This is not a new technique or new idea. It's done quite frequently. It's just a matter of getting it right for this particular section of river. So that's pretty much what it is. And so there's a number of steps that we would do in order, like a number of steps that we go through, and this is what I'm going to be referring to now. So we basically would involve, the first thing we would do is actually scarify the stream bed sediments. And scarify basically means releasing or loosening up the stream beds, the stream bed, to allow for the gravels and the cobbles to move. Right now they're heavily compacted. There's actually almost cemented over with sediment, and they're highly impacted. It's hard for kokanee to work in there. So we would actually get a machine in the creek, and this is done in spawning channels all the time. Get a machine in the creek and you stir it up, right? And it doesn't look pretty, but you get it done quickly and it's done. And that's the first thing you'd want to do. And then you put in large logs and boulders, whatever, as designed. And then you place the appropriate size spawning gravels for kokanee where you think they're going to spawn given the layout of what you put in. And that's going to change. It's going to change over time. And the flows of the water, the flows of the creek, will actually sort the gravels and clean them as it goes. And that's part of the design process. And then once we get that figured out, we would plant up the bars that would actually form, or we would actually put in place, plant them up with native vegetation. So you'd have this overhanging cover that kokanee prefer. And if you go into a creek, you'll see like a successful natural creek, which is a spawning or a fish are spawning. They're holding in places where there's overhead cover. It's very important that they hold, like they're in there, they're trying to figure out when to spawn. They're looking for a place to hold. So you provide them place for the hold and cover in terms of vegetation, overhead vegetation. So once we get this all done, it's all great, it's all working, then we're gonna have to monitor it to make sure it's working properly and tweak it as we go. And then, of course, there'd be maintenance things, and then there might have to be some outplanting of kokanee eggs into the gravels initially just to give it a kickstart. Again, it's something that's done all the time in other places. So the timeline for this, what we propose here is probably quite aggressive, frankly. It would probably take a little bit longer than this. But anyway, it would take, from start to finish, it would probably take between 1 and 2 years. So in the fall of, let's say, this year, if we kind of get the go-ahead and we're feeling good about it, we could start into the initial design to kind of get some data going, get the local experts around the table to figure out how we're going to do this. And then we would, collect the partners, have the partnerships figured out. Then we would get that all together, everybody signs off on it, we would send that into the province, and they would have their kick at it. First Nations would have their go with it, and then we hopefully would receive some kind of authorization from the province, perhaps the federal government, and with your endorsement, and other entities' endorsements as well. And then it would be constructed in the late fall, or late summer, early fall. That would be typically when you would do that, when the water level is low and the resident fish are out of there. And then over the next year or two, then you would develop, restoration strategies for other sections or tweak that or whatever. And then, of course, it'd be maintenance and things like that. So that's the big picture of what we're trying to do. If you think of that natural system that's in your head, that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you for that, Alan. It would be so great if we could move this project forward, but as we've said, we certainly can't move forward with this without the support of the city. So we would like to request that this proposal be referred to a regular council meeting for further discussion. And lastly, I would just like to acknowledge again the continued support of the City of Nelson and how valued that's been to us in getting to this stage, and we hope that will continue into the coming years as we move forward with the project. So thank you again for your support. You're always welcome to get in touch if you have further questions or ideas for us. And then lastly, I would like to acknowledge some of our current funders and supporters of the project. Thank you.
Questions, Councillor? So we have Woodward, Merrill, Lockenberg.
Thank you, Mayor.
Page. P-L-G.
So, in the term before this, when the Bottle Depot wanted a oil recycling container, it's right by the Bottle Depot there. One of the big concerns was flooding, and one of the things that the last council did was basically demand, if that was going to happen, that container was like specially built and raised and protected from flood. So my little red flags went off here, because the way that it's set up is to move water out of Cottonwood Creek into the lake as quickly as possible, because at Spring Frechette, the water up near Cottonwood Park, under the bridge and then going past the Ford dealership, can get really close to the edge there. So my question to you would be, obviously there's going to be a lot of engineering going on here, but water speed and water volume moving out of the creek into the lake is really important for protecting from flooding from the Railtown district. So that would have to be calculated in there for the highest level, considering with climate change we're having very unstable weather and unstable melts.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the answer to that one is that the channel up by the Ford dealership is very different from the channel that we're proposing to do these works in. The channel up by the Ford dealership is encased in concrete.
Mm-hmm.
It's very narrow. It's probably about the third of the width of this room. Whereas down in the section we're talking about, it's wider than this room. So, channel width has got directly proportional to, of course, the capacity. There is ample capacity in that section to take a flood of pretty well any proportion. I would say that that would be the last place I would worry about water coming over the banks if there was a flood. So, yeah, I think it's a good question, but I think that's actually a pretty solid place to actually do this kind of work to slow, and you're right, we're slowing water down.
You're going to build it up.
We would work within the existing, if you can think of the channel like this, we would work within that existing channel. We wouldn't bring it in, or things like that. But it would be slowed down, absolutely. But the channel capacity is certainly sufficient there to take that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Panero.
So, couple things. I have seen kokanee spawning in various places, but I don't think I've ever seen it in such an urban. It's basically an urban environment, right? Like or an industrial environment. That section of creek right there. It's basically got an airport on one side and a dump on the other. And I'm just wondering if do fish care about that kind of stuff? Like, does that level of activity bother them? And I guess that segues into the next thing, which is, will fish just sort of naturally, once you fix it up, will they sort of naturally show up in that spot? Or are you thinking that you're going to plant eggs and then those fish just come back to wherever they hatched from automatically?
Yeah, no, that's two good questions. So the first one is that fish will definitely spawn in urban environments, but what they're looking for is protection and cover. And so if they don't know what's around them, if it's basically there's a canopy over them of trees and vegetation, low-hanging, kind of shrubs and things like that, they'll just be fine that way. And there's large, you might have heard about some large initiatives down in the Lower Mainland, basically reopening up salmon streams that were basically encased in concrete, in pipes underground, opening them up and having salmon basically spawn in urban Vancouver. So this is I feel quite confident that if the habitat is there, that the kokanee, they will come. And then the second point is that would you need to have outplanting of eggs? I'm not sure at this point. It probably would be a good idea, but we're kind of a ways from that at this point. I think if we provide the correct, the appropriate habitat for spawning kokanee, then there will be a way to have them come into the system.
And I just have one other thing too. Thank you. That land is reclaimed, I'm not sure what the exact history of it is, but
It's brownfield.
yeah.
land.
So potentially quite the soil around there is not good for living on. So does that affect the fish? I'm not sure what the levels of whatever sort of toxic chemicals are in there still, or continue to be put in there because of the industrial land around it. But is that something that you're worried at all sort of seeping into the fish population, or if they're spawning right there in that same area?
No, that's a good question. So yes, absolutely, that whole area down in the lower flats is a brownfield, and it's primarily contaminated by CP rail over the years. So we're not proposing to actually dig up things or to disturb the groundwater or the base soils. We're basically going to be placing things on top of the existing soil. And so it would be like capping, kind of putting a residential area on top of a brownfield, which is capped, that kind of thing. So yes, the groundwater is a little bit contaminated, and we have actually water samples of metals and all sorts of things that have been taken on Cottonwood Creek. Maybe could you like to speak to that?
Just below the bridge. We've taken a couple of water quality samples just below the bridge in the spring and fall. We would need to do more, but to date we haven't seen anything concerning in terms of heavy metals or other contaminants in that section of the creek.
Okay. Councilor Lockenberg, you're next.
I'll just move to refer to an upcoming business meeting. I think this is a great project.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Tate. Councillor Tate, did you still have a question?
Maybe. I just looked it up on the public web map. That parcel is city property, question mark, on either side of the creek, it looks like to me. Does anyone know that?
City and
Does
school
that sound
district.
right?
Yes,
Yeah?
sounds right.
Okay. I was really glad to see that you're going to engage with First Nations, local First Nations. And I know that there's a new office here for the SNAG, so that's great. And that's one thing that we, in many ways, rely on some of our community groups to help move forward truth and reconciliation. So I really appreciate that. And I was just curious if you can predict any other complexities with regards to, because I don't know a lot about how water interacts with city property and those sorts of things, to be able to move this forward. Is there any kind of other partnerships or regulatory impediments that you can predict, maybe provincially or otherwise?
Cottonwood Creek has been, and restoration of Cottonwood Creek has been talked about for many years, actually. And so over those years, I've been talking with people left, right, and center, not so much in the last 4 or 5 years, but there seems to be this ground swell of support for doing something to the creek and to restore the creek. And I think everybody, and it seems like in all of the kind of major plans that the city has done over the years, Cottonwood Creek is actually fairly prominent in a number of them. And so it seems to me that there is support. I've talked to federal governments, provincial governments, I've talked to wildlife groups, First Nations, a variety of First Nations in the area over the years, and they are all supportive, hydro supportive. This is a little bit dated, but I don't know why that would change at this point. So it seems like there is kind of widespread support to do something. What we're proposing today is quite downscale from what's been proposed in the past. But I think what we're taking the approach now is like one step at a time, right? And do a smaller project and then build on that. Right?
As a follow-up to that, I have a curiosity about if you just move down, is it called downstream when you're going closer to the lake?
Yes.
As you move downstream, so if you do this super cool fish habitat restoration at that location, is it possible that it'll all be for naught based on the environment downstream of that and the fish won't come? Like, does there need to be planning for the rest of it in the
so interesting. So below the bridge, that is kind of that's the area which the water level fluctuates widely because of how Kootenay Lake goes up and down. But above the bridge, it doesn't. So that kind of the bridge is kind of the demarcation between the flooding of the lake and the drawdown and the rise of the lake and the natural flow of the stream. So if there was something to be proposed further, below the bridge, it would be quite different from this. That's not great spawning habitat down there for that main reason, actually. Right? And so that there are options to be done down there, but that, I'd be happy to speak about that, but that's not what we're here for tonight. But there are options to be done down there, but it would not be similar to what has been proposed here.
Thanks very much.
Councillor, I'm just going to finish the list. I realize it's been referred, and we could just call the question, but Councillor Page was on the speaker's list, and that was the speaker's list I took at the front. So Councillor Page, if you'd like to still speak.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the good work and the collaboration to bring a clear plan on what we can do on this creek forward. I have a question around the 65 meters, and are you capturing specifically that section and that length because it's only school district? Because it's my understanding school district on one side, it's the city of Nelson on the other. And is there value, because when I look at the satellite imagery, it seems like the non-channelized version of the creek extends into the CPR area before it becomes channelized. And my thought process is by including that section at this initial stage as a proposal and potentially engaging CP on those discussions, whether they're successful or not. We might have to scale it back, but maybe it's a good time to say there are natural features here. If we could, we would. If you're on board, that'd be great. If you're not, we have a fallback scale position. So on the conversation of bringing CP in to this conversation, because the next section is certainly a lot to do with CP.
For sure. I agree with you. We would love to see this project extend upstream of that city property onto onto CP land. So we have had some conversations with CP about that. We're just waiting to hear back from them. So we'll see where that goes.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree. It would be excellent to be able to extend the project right up into where the concrete flume ends. So that would almost double the length of what we could work with. CP in the past has been quite hesitant to engage. And so, but I would welcome any ideas and any collaboration with CP. I would, and seriously, I would welcome any collaboration with CP to be able to kind of work in that section. Absolutely.
Guess I'm just thinking in first principles for what the project needs and then thinking about how we overcome barriers with the stakeholders afterwards.
We'd like that relationship as well.
Indeed. I would
That's
imagine.
why we're not laughing at you. We're
No, I know, I realize
we're
that.
feeling the pain with
No, I
who might be
understand.
okay, so we have a motion to refer. I would like some clarification from the mover as to where are we referring this to and what are we referring? Because I'm just, I heard what you said about you want this referred to a meeting. If you just want a letter of support, to support you, we don't have to have a discussion at a business meeting. A letter of support that comes without a financial obligation does not need a motion of the council from a business meeting. It looks to me like you have, and maybe I'm missing something here, but you have a lot of work that still needs to be done. We've given you the READY grant. I'm assuming that you're gonna be back for another READY grant again next year. So I just need to figure out where we're referring this to and if there is an ask more than a letter, because that's, just so you know, like a letter to say, we support, this is a great plan. We can do that without a formal resolution of the council. I'm good, but I mean, because normally this would actually, when you do referral from here, it would go in 2 weeks to a meeting. So I just want to know, do we have a timeline on referral here?
And just, it might impact city land. So I think it does have to be ultimately a decision of council, whether you're gonna, I'm not sure, I don't think that's designated parkland or anything like that at this time. It's probably designated something different.
Yeah, so I think we need some time here, more than probably 2 weeks.
Well, what I was going to say is, given the project's timeline of starting the biological engineering and archaeological survey and assessment, it is for fall 2024. It probably is the next business meeting, because it sounds like this initial work is likely just us to, give it approval in principle, and then these guys will do their work, and that's about it. So I think if we agree that this is good, then it shouldn't be a big lift, right?
Yeah, I think if it's just more planning work and
more assessment.
We don't know the potential impact on city land or not city land.
There's a fair amount of work to be done, and we're just kind of, circling the wagons at this point, trying to figure out who's going to support us and who's not. And it sounds like I'm hearing that there's support at council, which is fantastic. So
I just want to make sure that our staff have enough time to bring us back something, your information plus staff time. I'm always just a concern about that, because we are always under like a bit of a staff crunch.
Sure.
And so there are regulations. I mean, yes, this is city, but there's also other players that would be involved because the creek, we don't own the creek. That's definitely the provincial government. So Councillor Tate.
Can we do a letter of support for the continued planning for what would happen next year, but it would have to come back before the actual work happened because of the city parcel? Can we do that? Is that a thing?
I'm just not, so in terms of the work plan for now, is that, I know there was some additional work as the 2024 work addition to the work that you're doing now?
I think we're probably looking for supports that we can take a letter to other people and say, city's on board. I think that would be, I think that would work for us really well. And then we can move forward with that.
yeah, I'm sure that potential funders are going to want to see some written,
Right.
Right.
notification of support from the city. I guess I would also expect there might be some staff time or involvement required in this planning process, just to make sure that we're in alignment with city plans and things like that. So there might need to be some investment of staff time there. So I don't know
Yeah,
if
and
that
that's
needs some
where I
further
see like
consideration.
the 2 weeks to come back. I'm always the bad guy up here, but it's the 2 weeks to come back. Like I like your project. It's not that I don't like. I just have to make sure that we have staff, and I'm just going to go to because he's the general manager of the planning department, and he probably can tell me what the.
Yeah, thank you. I think that it's worth noting simply that, probably some discussion is warranted around plans there. Our bridge that crosses there actually needs replacement. It's due for replacement. So, that being part and parcel of, any kind of project in there, you guys will need, obviously, quite clearly, Section 11 to work in and about a stream there. We will likely be in the same boat. So I think some discussion, on the overall logistics of that project would be interesting. But yeah, as far as our support, we can have our planning group look into it, give us a little bit of time to see if there's anything really there. It's interesting, having the concrete flumes of CP rail just above. I wonder what ownership looks like, and because CP's this very old empire or, large business that's been around for a long time. But that would be outside of that land. But nevertheless, we can check with planning to just confirm that. I think the more interesting, point to discuss would be works that we have planned around our bridge down there.
Right. So to be clear, they're just looking for a letter of support from the city to then take to other funders. Staff is going to have to do some work internally anyways. If you're looking just simply for a letter of support, we can just write that.
Well, I mean, I'm hearing from around the table here that we're in support. So
Yeah.
to bring it back to say, write a letter of support, unless of course you want to see what the letter of support is, and then we can bring it back.
I
But
don't need to.
somebody, I mean,
Just,
do you think we need a
Well, I-
motion
Mayor.
to write the letter of support?
I just think before we go ask them to go to funders, if there's issues
Yeah.
on our side, we should probably identify those before they sort of take that step. So I don't think we're talking a long time.
No.
We'll bring it back to the, as soon as we get this information to, because I do think, I think it will potentially impact city land. I don't know if the school district on the other side is that their land. I'm not sure quite whose land is whose, and I think we should just cross our T's and dot our I's before we send them out, writing grants, et cetera, and we go, oh geez, there's a significant problem here.
Sure.
Yeah, so,
I mean, that's fair to leave it to staff, just being
Yeah.
conscious of the time,
Yeah.
because you have to do the work in the summer, so there's a seasonal component.
Yeah.
We don't want to delay it a whole year.
Counselor Woodward and then Page.
Nothing was Page
Page.
first.
I'm hearing that, and I agree with you on, it's good to get, if it's an agreement in principle that we'll embark on that, we can do that sooner. But I'm comfortable, given the timelines and the work that's been going on for a couple of years now, if this was like a November thing,
Yeah, well, I don't
Or-
see this along.
I don't think this needs to be the next meeting. I'd probably be fine if it bled into the next regular meeting. I think if it's within this 2024 calendar, that's going to be enough. And if that gives conversations to be had in forming that report with the group, that's going to bring clarity for staff. And then that's going to let us make a decision on what we're making a decision on and how big or small that decision is. So I'm comfortable anytime in 2024.
Well,
I just wanna
just
offer that
just being conscious of the project timeline with the fall 2024 goal. That's all.
That was an aggressive timeline.
It's
Yeah, I
an
think
aggressive
it's
timeline, like they mentioned at the start, so.
We're in the fall of
aggressive
2024.
So you
Yeah.
guys are
So
still
I would,
doing that stuff.
I would like you folks to be comfortable with,
Yeah.
what
Yeah, we just
you're
have to do
committing
some
to us,
work.
And that's all good, right? And you take you do whatever you need to do. And then we can take that and go, okay, so council's on board, city's on board, and then we can kind of go and,
Yeah.
yeah.
These delegations always get kind of, it's kind of a tough thing, because we're here to get information. Not to be asked to make a decision while we're right here. So we have this referral, does anybody want to rescind referral? Who moved it? Sorry, I forgot to write down who was the mover.
I moved it, seconded by Councillor Tate, but I'm happy to keep the referral and just
We can
not
keep the
send it
referral. So the way it
Leave it
might
up
come
to
back
staff.
is by, like, it could even come in when the city manager is reporting out, or the general manager, to hear where we are at. Then we can all hear it, as opposed to it coming back as a big RFP.
Yep.
Because I don't think this is a RFP issue right at this particular time. So I think, and then once we know that we could write a letter without infringing on anybody or violating our own rules, then we can give that to you. So it's probably not going to be at the meeting in 2 weeks, but it could even be when we do a report out during another committee of the whole, because we always have the manager report out, or it could be at the first business meeting in November. But we just need to have some time.
Perfect.
Yeah. Councillor Woodward.
I just as like, I don't know, I'm having a little red flag about speed of water at Frechette and it dislodging a bunch of work that's been done. So I don't know exactly how that would be, because when you go and you see this channel at Spring Frechette, it is like going 100 miles an hour. So whatever you're doing, I'm a little concerned that it could just be blown out by really high speed water. So that's got to be in the engineering part of this. And again, just protecting the floodplains up above this is vital, because there's a lot of businesses, houses, such.
Do you want me to reply to that? or-
Sure.
Yeah, so in terms of flooding up upstream houses or businesses and such, there's quite a distance in terms of, physical distance and in terms of elevation between what we're doing down here and any businesses. The only businesses that this would actually really impact would be the Public Works Yard and SDA.
Okay.
And if you look at, next time you're down there, have a good look, and you'll see that the channel, the banks are quite high there.
Okay.
So that shouldn't be a problem. In terms of dealing with the water velocity, yes, it does cook through there, but that's kind of an engineering solution. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a
Paige, what are you doing?
Just something that you said, and I see clarity. So if it's being referred and comes back as a city manager report versus a report, like this is a section of a large creek that goes through, much of it goes through the city of Nelson above Cottonwood Falls as well. There might be other projects long-term that need to be talked about at some point. And I'm just wondering if we send it for staff to refer on an isolated component which has value, do we need some agreement in principle to embark on the work in general, or to understand that there might be larger scopes over time?
Well, looking at the timeline, my thought is that it would come back and we probably would have to have an RFP for some discussion about what the involvement of the city
would
is.
look like.
It's just that while they're trying to do work and trying to line things up,
Yeah.
I think that if we have the idea that there's support now amongst council, that we will get, if staff determine that actually it's gonna come back as an RFP, because as they look at it over the next 2, 4, 6 weeks to bring it back, it might come back as an RFP.
Okay.
All I'm saying, it might come back as, yep, we know who owns what, we're kind of good, we think and now we can write a letter to say the city of Nelson supports the project, right? I'd imagine that if there's more money, access, other things that come with it, we would see that come back as an RFP. I'm not saying it wouldn't come back, I'm just saying
Thanks.
2 weeks is short notice to suddenly do quality
Got
work. Thank you.
So are we
Okay.
voting, Mayor?
Yes, we're gonna
Okay.
vote now. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of referral? Okay, and that carries. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for your presentation,
Thank you, Mayor and
Paige and
Council.
Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. Thank you for those in the gallery that are supporting the Cottonwood Creek Fish Habitat Restoration project. So I see a few people are making their way to the door, so we'll give you a couple of seconds while they're doing that, we will have Kayla Schramm along. So I'm thinking, is Kayla on?
Kayla's
Is on there somewhere?
I can see.
Oh, there, I can see it. I can see the name. Thank you. Of Makola, along with representatives from Share. And I've now, of course, completely forgotten your name.
Peter.
Peter. Peter, I get an email from you like once a week and I can't remember your name. And Jim.
Jim and also Rob. Rob's going to join us.
Oh, okay. And
Rob
your
Stacy.
architect. Okay.
Are we ready?
I don't know how I ever made it as a politician because I can't remember. Some days I have to I check the tattoo underneath my watch band that says my name, Okay, so you're here basically to give us an update on your project at 306 and 1308 Fell Street, and aimed at providing 48 units of low to moderate income residential housing. And congratulations on getting your triple pre-development money.
Yeah, so, it's great to be here sitting at this chair again, talking to you guys. Some of you weren't here the first time around, I've been here a few times looking for housing. But we were able to do it. And so we got a beautiful building out at Heritage Place there. And now we've assembled a kind of a new team, new and old. Cover Architectural was on our first project, and we've asked them to join us again to help us out. And Max is here to do some design work, and Rob is to make sure he does the job properly. And we've got we're developing a new chair for our board, Tamara Ritchie, who is she's right back there, way back there. She's in restorative justice, so she's going to make sure that we're all just on this. And of course, we know Peter's been working really hard, and we got Dale as well back there too. So we're excited, and we've invited Makola, Kayla, and Madeline, I think, are online with us. And so they're all so Peter's gonna speak first, and then we're gonna invite Makola, and we've got the Cover Architectural guys here to answer any questions. So it's great. Thank you so much for your support. And for where we are in this process. I just so appreciative of City Council.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Jim. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much. We've been here a few times. We are making some great progress. As you know, Share's mission is to create and provide affordable, quality, and safe housing, providing opportunity for all to live, work, and thrive in our community. This is our second building. Our first one is at Heritage Place, 39 units. It is operating smoothly. This new unit that we have discussed would be on city land up on 10th and Fell Street across from Selkirk, on city-owned land that the city has already agreed, if we can pull this off, to lease at a nominal rate to Share. Since we last spoke, the big thing that has happened is we have received a $250,000 grant for pre-development funding. So we are, and for those who, there's a lot of people here. So those that don't know, our journey to get here started with a $5,000 grant from the Chamber of Commerce that was matched by the City of Nelson, and then that was matched by CBT. And that provided us $20,000 of, call it, seed funding to get to this point to put in for that. It's a complex application when you ask for $250,000. So to get to this point, so thank you very much for your support, and we're going to even in the future be asking for more and continued support, so stay tuned.
So Peter, I just want to correct you because
Yeah.
you said that you got $5,000 for the Chamber of Commerce, and I don't want.
Oh, and
I don't
and
want
you're-
the, I don't want the
you're-
press
you're-
reporting that in
you're
the
right.
news.
Thank you for correcting.
So, yes,
It's
the Nelson Area
Economic
Development Partnership.
Thank you very much for that. So with that, what I'd like to do is, the purpose of this meeting, as we understand, is to provide you an update in public so that you can understand what we're doing. For that, I'd like to introduce the team, and we have Cover Architect, who I believe you're familiar with. You met at the last time we were in presenting to you. I'd also like to present Macola Development, and I think you've probably dealt with one half of Macola, which is more the city, the planning side, Sandy Mackey. Well, this is the other side of Macola, and the team that we have hired Macola as our development consultant. They've come highly recommended. We went through a competitive process to select Macola, and we selected them for a number of reasons, two of which is they are one of what I would call the deepest development consultants in BC, in that we're not dependent. There's some, we love working with Madeline and Kayla, but they are deep. They have 20 development consultants, which was very important to us that one person doesn't upset our apple cart of a project. The other thing is everybody we interviewed who deals with Macola likes them. They get the job done. And in the last funding round, they had almost half the projects. So they have a great track record of getting results. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Kayla. Kayla, you're going to present?
Yes, I am. Everybody can hear me okay?
Sure we can. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great. Okay, thanks, Peter. So as Peter mentioned, I'm Kayla Schramm. I'm the Executive Director of Macola Development Services, and Madeline McPhee from my team is also on the line here. So we are very experienced affordable housing development consultants, but you are also probably familiar with our work, as Peter mentioned, some of our recent greatest hits on the housing org work with the city, as well as the needs assessment work. So we're here to just talk a little bit about this project. I did want to just mention, I think everybody is familiar with Cover Architecture, but they are a multidisciplinary firm that provides a range of services from architecture, planning, landscape design, interior design, and industrial design. And Cover did actually work with Share previously on their first project, Place. So Rob Stacy and then Max Voskopol are our team from Cover. So just a little bit of project information. So what we're talking about are two properties at 1306 and 1308 Fell Street. As Peter mentioned, the corner of Fell Street and 11th Street across from Selkirk College. Currently the property is used as surface parking lot and remains undeveloped. These are city owned, and the city has agreed to lease the land for a 60-year timeline, which fits the BC Housing Community Housing Fund that we are looking to target for this project. That fits those requirements. And the intent is to develop and operate housing on the site. So responding to the city's desire to see these properties developed for housing, our project team intends to rezone the subject properties, consolidate them into one parcel, and develop for the purpose of providing affordable housing to the community of Nelson.
Next slide.
Yes. Sorry about that. So our project team will be seeking funds from BC Housing through Community Housing Fund. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We're just technically challenged.
Oh, yes, sorry. Just 1 second and I'll go to the next slide. I'm the one that controls the
Oh,
slides.
oh, you're controlling it now. Okay.
So as I mentioned, our team would be seeking funds from the BC Housing Community Housing Fund for this project, which is expected to be announced in late 2024 or early 2025. these housing calls have been getting more and more competitive, and so the need for housing, as the need for housing is a concern across the province. So we just wanted to underscore the importance of having a fully zoned project. It's a major milestone that demonstrates we've sort of eliminated some of that risk when BC Housing sort of reviews and analyzes the project, shows us closer to being shovel ready, and makes it a better funding option than a project that still needs to be rezoned. So at this time, we are exploring design options for a 4 to 5 story development targeting 48 units that would range from studios to bedrooms in size. The units are intended to be for low to moderate income individuals, residents who are working and living in the community of Nelson. As we work through the design, we do plan to incorporate important features such as bike storage, shared amenity space, and parking. And as we are seeking funds through BC Housing, the development will be designed to meet their guidelines and construction standards, which does include meeting Energy Step Code 3. So this is just an example massing. It is being shown for a 5-story building. This would be the maximum height that we are exploring. It's very preliminary in nature and shows the maximum extent that we're looking at. Also, just it doesn't consider any design features yet. Our team does intend to work closely with city staff to design a development that is considerate of the surrounding area and neighborhood. We intend to explore design tools such as variations in material and colors, building orientation, window placement, and step backs to mitigate and reduce the impact of the development on the surrounding neighbors, while still providing much needed housing to the community. So just a little bit further about the project funding. We mentioned there's some initial dollars that have been contributed to the project to date. We do have that pre-development funding from BC Housing, which was a really important sort of milestone for us and will really help us be ready for that funding call anticipated early in 2025. Now that those funds are available, our next step is to take due diligence, feasibility analysis, and getting a little bit more into the design, including submitting a zoning application. So what do our timelines look like? So we are hoping to rezone this fall, early 2025 is our range, to come back to the city with something specific to be prepared for that funding call. And this overall timeline demonstrates what we anticipate. So working on some of those initial pieces that I mentioned earlier, to understand the subject property, realize potential unit counts, and now that council has provided some direction and support in proceeding with these plans, we can kind of take it to that next step. So if we successful with funding, and depending on award timelines and other external factors, development is a little tricky, we could potentially looking at 2027 for completion. So this sort of a large overarching schedule, which we will refine over time. We do feel like we have a very strong project team and partners within the community to help us progress this project forward. And we are eager to continue to work with staff, council, in the community to hopefully bring these housing units to fruition in this community. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yes. Councillor Lockenberg has a question. Then Councillor Tate.
This is just a question for cover. Given the recent update to the building code around single staircase egress, will that inform your design for a building like this? My understanding is a 6-story limit for that single staircase egress. Is that something I know it's still early, but.
Sure. So with that update, there's certain limits on the amount of units per floor that you can have, and ultimately it doesn't meet the requirements for this project. We would need to have 2 staircases.
Okay.
With the single stair, I think you can only have 4 units per floor, and we'd be looking at closer to 10 to 12
per floor, so it wouldn't work for us to have a single stair, but it's definitely an option to explore in the future. It was a great change to see. Unfortunately not applicable to this project.
Okay, thanks.
That was my question, you stole it.
That was my question.
So Tate and then Payne.
Thanks very much. Thanks for all your work on this. Thanks for hiring a consultant and getting all your ducks in a row. I know it's a lot of work, but 250 grand is great pre-development fund. I know this is just a rendering, but it looks like a big building in not a very big space. It's a big space, I know. But I was appreciative of hearing that the design will be considerate of the neighbors, including the orientation and the style and those sorts of things. And I know that in Nelson, that when developments come before us, that there is a lot of desire for consultation. Just conversation can be really helpful, especially when you've got all sorts of neighbors. And that neighborhood has had a lot of pressure on it with the new Mount St. Francis building going in. And so just to have that awareness and knowing that Nelson is a really dynamic and engaged community, to just make sure that we're engaging with folks as we go. And I appreciate that she already said that, but I just wanted to reiterate it.
Yeah, we realize that that's hugely important, and that was one of the reasons we chose Macola, is because they're actually pretty good at this. They've done this before, not necessarily in Nelson, but in other communities. And so they're giving us, like, I've never done it, but they have. So we're definitely leaning heavily on them as our development consultant, because the zoning is critical path, as was stressed, because this will be a very competitive bid round.
I could probably add to that too. The rendering that was in the package, it's diagrammatic, I think we'd describe it, that, you know, what it was a test fit for the site to make sure that what we were considering could fit. So there's a lot of work to do, that's all.
We are also listening to council. When we were here last time, the councillor to my right
I know it wasn't me, so.
suggested that we should go bigger. And so we're testing that, frankly. That is what we're doing. Okay?
So don't blame us.
You can blame me.
Okay.
Councillor Payne.
I guess one of my suggestions at that same conversation was around parking. So I'm assuming if you have
Sorry, I
one,
can't hear you.
oh, around parking?
Your microphone.
So I'm assuming if there's one underground, that's going to be underground parking? Is that?
It's partial. Yeah, it's partial, but we've accommodated the parking required on site in the current iteration, so that's the plan.
Okay, are there any modifications around other options for parking so that you're not using as to get the full parking requirement?
Oh yeah, there's lots of different ways to do it. We just had to choose one for this presentation.
Okay. And supplemental, if I may, a lot of the BC housing developments that I've seen recently have had mixed use. So they had something, either commercial, childcare, something else on the ground floor. Is that a consideration of your project or not at this time?
Well, yeah, childcare it's honestly quite a bit of a challenge on that site, because it is a small site and you need to have a certain amount of space. So we haven't ruled it out, but it is, I would call it a suboptimal site for childcare due to the constrained size.
Yeah, and that's probably not what I'm thinking
Yeah.
about, because I think there's another childcare site location in that area. But I know in the current building that you do have commercial on the bottom, which I thought was an attractive factor. For
We're not.
Maybe Macola, if they're still there, can.
Yeah, we're not focused on commercial. It's not a requirement of BC Housing. They're focused on housing, not commercial space. But you know, it takes away housing space if we put in commercial, is the problem.
Actually, it's my experience that BC Housing typically does not want commercial units in there unless the zoning requires it. So I don't know how this council.
Yeah, I think, that zoning this has to come back to you
Can
as
it
a
come back?
rezone.
Yep, yep,
So
I get that.
that will be reviewed by our staff in terms of the appropriate zoning for this project, how it fits with the OCP or other zoning. Generally, we don't require commercial in a residential neighborhood. So anyway, all that will come back from,
Right.
That council will have to look at as, you have to keep an open mind to, a rezone. So I think we just need to be careful how far down that road you go at this stage, because it still has to come back to you and you have to
Thank
look
you.
at that.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. My question to you is just, is it going to be modular? Is it going to be standard 2x4 construction or a fast build? Because there's been these new, like up at Selkirk and what they're planning down at the Chamber, these kind of fast build, modular builds.
I think that's a really good question, but I don't think we can answer it at this point. And the reason is that this grant that we just got, that will help us to determine some of these questions. And so we're going to be exploring all the different options. In fact, we've already been exploring those kinds of options on a very like a high value, high view.
Yeah.
But we are going to try to find the best quality building you can get with the dollars value that we have. And so if modular, like that is the new trend that's happening right now, and we're excited about that. But can we do that, and is it cost effective?
Sure.
So that's what we're at right now.
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Tate.
Oh, I think Rob just wanted to add something.
I was just going to say there's a lot of nuance to it as well. I mean, when we look at modular, it's often from far away, it gets shipped from. So, I mean, trying to support local trades and disciplines is also something that we try and promote.
Okay.
I think Jim feels the same.
Thank you.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks so much. I noticed that you noted that you're planning to build to step code 3, and I had a curiosity around that with the step code implementation and the other zero other one code implementation and where that sits in the framework. Are we aiming high like we do in Nelson?
Sure.
Yeah, you take that one.
And
Don't know the
so
answer.
it's a very pertinent and current question because, some of the thoughts and initiatives that we have with this project, we maybe haven't even shared everything with Jim, but it is a great opportunity for testing out the new carbon code in itself. And I know that there's some incentives within city bylaws for, accepting a lower step code, but also incorporating the carbon code too. So, I mean, there's a great opportunity for a test case or I don't know if there's a better word for that, but anyhow, a great opportunity for that in this project, I think. So,
So I think we're talking minimum here, not maximum.
Gotcha.
Okay?
yeah, it's already a very high requirement, so I think we're good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Councillor Page.
Looking at the lots that are in this area, I'm noticing easements for what I'm assuming is a laneway behind these lots, servicing one house. I'm noticing what might be a right-of-way for 11th, but 11th turns into Mountain Station, and I'm noticing what could be mostly someone's backyard, but is also a separated lot. So my question is, if we looked at some of these other pieces of land adjacent that might have been laid out in Victoria back when the town was laid out, that might be appropriate to assemble into this project and take it.
Our staff will look at that as part of working with the developer.
Okay.
Excellent.
Excellent, yep.
Thank you.
We have had some preliminary survey work done on that. There is an easement through it, and we've started that work already to get an understanding of what that is.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of that sort of early work that still needs to be done, but now you have the money to start doing that work. So you're going to be back probably in front of us more than once over the next 18 to 24 months. But we're glad that everything worked out well in terms of getting that initial $15,000 that you got from local partners and, meeting the need that we have here for some of this workforce housing on a go-forward basis. So you had a successful first project. We're glad that you're still interested in continuing to do other projects in the city. So we're always thankful, and I think it's what doesn't matter where you go. And I'm sure that Councillor Payne could riff on this, is that when we go and we talk to people, people say you have the experienced providers in Nelson. And so we have yourselves and we have Nelson Cares. We have groups that know how to do this. Everybody's jealous that they don't have you, and I say, well, you can't have them. So, or for a price. I guess we should have negotiated the price. For a price.
We appreciate the help. Nelson's such a great place. We have great collaboration. One of the things that has happened is the collaboration we have with NADP, with the City Housing Committee, with CARES. Sharon CARES actually talk a lot and plot how we can be more cost effective. We are combining forces. We have joint bids that go out. Like right now, we have a traffic study that's been bid, and when we both do it together, we save 9%. So that kind of stuff is happening, which is really, really good. And it's something, as we get a little bit of scale, this project is only going to address 10% of the housing shortfall that came out of the 2021 census data. So that's probably pretty dated. So only 10%. So this has to be the first of multiple projects. So thank you for your continued support. We really appreciate it, and we will be back.
Yeah. So anyways, thank you to your team being online, and thank you to you guys coming in and cover coming in. So thank you for your update, and we look forward. I imagine next time we'll be back will be probably with a rezone. So
absolutely, that's the critical path, and we will see you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have no late items. So council, that takes us to item number 14, a resolution to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh, look, I see some hands go up. Councillor Lochinver, Councillor Tate, all those in favor of adjournment, and that carries. Thank you, council.
Okay. They answer that, like the big commercial buildings aren't covered by the, they're automatically have to be in step 4 because they're part 9 or something. Hey, where you going?
Yeah, I got really cold there for a minute.
That's a good start. Not as agile as it would be. Well, that's not necessarily.